at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटे चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You're all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off for some leisure. Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir gole gare. Sare mere bantar bawe, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de mat bahane, palatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega kuch ab. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and attack. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your हम खड़े फिर यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन खुशी हो या कमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं we work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. All we do is improvise and attack.
Live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
This is it. After weeks of sweat, clutches, comebacks, and chaos, we are down to the final three. The best of South Asia are here, ladies and gentlemen, but only one team will get the honor of representing South Asia in VCT Ascension. Namaskar, welcome everyone. स्वागत है आप सभी का OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia Ascension Qualifier में मैं हूं Super Johnny. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 days, and now only one thing remains. The stage is set. We're down to 3 teams, 2 days, and 1 dream, 1 shot at making it to Ascension. So without wasting any further time, let's begin.
Man, oh man, history has always shown that whenever these two Goliaths have collided against each other, it has always been SATUL up on top. Apart from Split 1, but for Split 2 and Split 3, we have known the storyline. Can that narrative be changed up today by .exe? We will witness this in this best of 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. You all are watching the OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Ascension Qualifiers LAN Day 1. And to witness this amazing matchup, we're going to have me, Scared Yet, and alongside me, we're going to have Shadow as well. Shadow, this has been one heck of a qualifier bracket.
Of course, it was a roller coaster ride for both the teams, SATUL Esports.exe and even Velocity Gaming from Split 1, Split 2 and after that Split 3. But let's have a look at the Ascension Qualifier brackets. It was a complete upper bracket run for the players of Velocity Gaming, but SATUL Esports and .exe, now they are in the low bracket finals. And looking at the roster of SATUL Esports, King Kappa with 42 first kills, Techno with 44. But look at Miz, 54 first kills is what he's having.
How much we have talked about this lad, how well he has grown along with the lineup as well, with the addition of Hoax and the way how he enables his team, Shadow. This has been one heck of an experienced lineup, but since we are talking about experience itself, we have some big boys out here on the other side as well. Kohli, the man who has played under Hoax himself. DC, he as well knows what it feels to play like with Hoax itself, but this man on the screen, right in the dead center, the one leading this roster, RVK. It doesn't matter how many kills he's got, doesn't matter what ACS he has, the experience that this man packs up, Shadow. all the way back when we go to the first Ascension, when Orangutan was the roster which actually made it there. RBK was there as a part of that lineup. And that experience has shown not just once in Split 1, but rather throughout Split 2 and Split 3, even in Ascension Qualifiers when they faced against VLT. Yes, things were looking bleak for them on one of the map, but on Lotus, they showed their class.
The sheriff guy is what I call him, and everyone loves calling him like that because he does absolute justice with that particular weaponry. And yes, like you pointed out, RBK, his entire journey in the Indian circuit has been fantastic, and now he's on the verge of coming to the next step to go to the Ascension. That is be the players of Exe Esports, and after that it is only Velocity Gaming. It has not been an easy journey at all, but Split 3 is where .exe shined the most.
The most important part about this entire matchup, Shadow, is the fact that they will now get ready to face up the behemoths of South Asian Valorant. That's going to be
जी बिल्कुल टीम स्टेज पे बिल्कुल तैयार और हमारे कास्टर्स जितना ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड है इस मैच को देखने के लिए. I'm pretty sure our IGLs, our captains are equally excited and ready, but उससे पहले I have one question for each of you, right? You guys have had an interesting journey. Hoax, I'm going to begin with you. Playing for SA2L. You've played for a lot of big organizations in the past, one of the most decorated players in the country. But SA2L comes with a lot of fans, comes with a lot of love and a lot of pressure. How are you feeling?
I think it's a very big opportunity to represent SA2L, and especially this is their first year in Valo. So I feel like there's a bit of pressure to perform, but the love from the fans has been amazing. So it is what it is. We just perform and we get the love that we request.
And your performance has been amazing this entire split. RVK, for you, a simple question. Last time, एक कहानी मैंने सुनी थी, एक tweet आया था recently from someone very high up in the Valorant community, and he said that you made a promise last split. You were watching from the stands, and you made a promise that next split you're going to be भाई आ गया है. अब कैसा लग रहा है?
It feels good. I mean, I was there on Split 2 and I felt really bad to not be on stage because you're an athlete, you want to be at the top, and at that point I wasn't, but I'm happy that my team helped me and made sure that I could prove him right and I could be at the stage, and I'm really excited to play in front of the beautiful audience and just can't wait to start.
Also, your journey, we spoke about this during an online interview, from a player, young athlete, a prodigy to a leader, leading an all-Indian team, by the way, to this stage, and fingers crossed, Ascension. उसके बारे में कुछ बताओ.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 Indian roster has come so far. I think the community has spoken a lot of things about having an Indian team, and I mean, we are playing against the best teams right now, top 3 in the country right now, so I think it's going to shut some people up, but I'm really glad that I'm able to play with the boys. More than anything, it's a brotherhood. We're all Indians. We like to play, have fun. So I think we're going to keep that continue and have a good match with the boys.
Okay, talking to the boys, what do you feel about their team? You guys have two very talented. You have all 5 players are very talented. भाई. वो भी prodigy बैठा है एक techno हमारा.
I mean, Split 1, I played in that team, so I'm happy that they are here. You know, like they made it to the top, and it is what it is. Like we have to face each other, and whoever wins wins. But we are gonna have a good match.
मैच के लिए हमारी ये बॉक्सिंग रिंग जो है ये तो बिल्कुल सेट है. So, gentlemen, shake hands and off to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, I guess that is my time. We're going to begin the action, and for that, we are going to head over to our lovely commentators once again.
Well, how strong .exe is, only time will tell, but this entire Indian roster is something, a team which we all are eyeing for, because the improvement which both these teams, not just .exe, Exe Esports have also showcased is worth watching. But looking at the map, Vito.exe have gone for a split pick, and Exe, they are going for the defense first.
That's an absolutely crazy thing out there again on the map of Split, Shadow, because the previous time when we have seen these two teams play on this one, it has been SA2L. .exe have faced so many struggles out there in almost every other map that they play against this entire lineup. For the past 2 of the series, Shadow, they haven't been able to steal 1 map away. And in the previous series, SATUL were looking even more dominating. It seemed at this point that SATUL is a kind of lineup that really likes to improve on every stage of the event. And they right now are evolving like none other. .exe will have to pull a rabbit out of their hat to try and bring things back in their favor. The compositions look absolutely the same. No changes out there, but both of these lineups are now ready, ladies and gentlemen. It is the day 1 of LAN. .exe taking on SATUL in the lower bracket finals of Ascension Qualifiers. Let's see which one of them take the map of Split.
Let's see, this is a map pick for the players of .exe. They ought to perform good on this particular one. And since they are starting on the attacking half, SATUL Esports on the defensive side, couple of goes towards SATUL. Just a single classic in the hands of King Kappa. Double stacked up towards B, a triple stack towards A. Mid has been left completely open, and that is exactly where the players of .exe are also trying to scale up behind that Nebula. Already the Vents control is there, but Spike is still all the way outside B main.
Yeah, they just want to try and explore these avenues right now. And to be honest, SATUL do have an idea. Miz was looking in this direction, but there is this opportunity. There's this opening right now. Looking to re-clear all of that front. Sees all 3 players as Markaveli open things up perfectly for his team. And the things are now open over towards the A side. Still a couple of players out there. Prowler clears all the way towards the spawn as Techno tries to hold his ground down, tries to anchor it down. Hooks as well on this Omen has been absolutely fantastic on this map, but he needs to go big, and he's absolutely going bonkers. Hooks and Techno in unison destroy the cavalry up in front. The opportunity created DC, but shut down just as quickly. The first round goes in for the side of SATUL. Bit of a disappointment out there on the face of Hacker though, but still, it's just the beginning.
Like you said, it's just the beginning. It's only the pistol round which has gone in the favor of SATUL Esports, but also scared. We can't forget this is the map pick for the players of .exe themselves. And already having a good start, and that too in the defensive side for the players of SATUL Esports, it is definitely an advantage for them. And since in this particular one they have the weaponry advantage, should be the second one for SATUL Esports, at least on the paper. And this time the mid is not left completely open. A good crossfire setup by Techno and Miz as well. So the mid control is not going to be easy for the players of .exe. Paint shells, poison cloud, everything being utilized. Now the players of .exe are forced to pivot all the way towards B side, where we have a solo anchor Hawks. But look at the weapon, Outlaw in his hand, gets one perfect onto DC.
Absolutely, and now he's ready to take the rest of the players as well. Revealed up though, but still not spammed. Lucky that there's no big weaponry on the other side, otherwise that angle he would not have survived. But he's still got every piece of utility available for him. I like the idea from .exe right now as they get ready to fight in mid. Miz sees the double face out there, calls in for the help of Techno as well, but this one eventually looks like a full-fledged push down. Cavelli ready with the flash TP setup though, but the space has been given up. It is empty. And I like the idea that SATUL do not want to give any opportunity for close combats to .exe. This is so disciplined.
30 seconds left.
Now everyone now forced to make a move. Not a lot of time up there. And Techno has got the best weaponry up for this close range contact. Stinger out in the hands as well. The run and gun is going to be absolutely crucial as he sees everyone. And the support is there in the form of Miz. They all jump up in front of him and they all line up to fall from this Viper. Miz hops in to save the team. And only losing one. SATUL soaring through the anti-eco.
It was bound to happen, but Techno wins in such a critical spot at that point, and Stinger did help him out. For a second it looked like after getting the first one, maybe he'll get traded off, but seems like the players of .exe came one after other right in front of him, and that Stinger proved to be absolute menace in his hand. And obviously Hawks with that Outlaw also got the perfect first kill onto the players of .exe, but that was the eco round for DX. This is the main one. This is their buy round. An important round for the players of .exe as well, with the Prowler already trying to clear the mid. But seems like this time .exe are going for a very slow approach. They're not directly going for the mid control. And looking at the position where Kohli is outside A main, trying to create few question marks outside A. But B side is a triple stacked up site. That's
Shadow,
going to
this
be a bit of a
is-
problem situation.
This is almost the most similar start of the map of Split that we actually witnessed all the way back in Split 3 as well. It was basically the second map in that series. But it's started things off with a 2-0 fashion though. Hoax this time around. Bit of a tight angle out there. Machiavelli had a chance, but did not capitalize on the back of it. I remember last time the half was a 7-5. SAQL were able to have that advantage, but DC was still able to convert the round out here. DC wants to try and replicate what happened in history. Punishes the reclearance on one side, and look at SAQL. Lost info on one part of the map, quickly trying to push on the other. Knows the position, and the HP is low of Kohli as he falls. And this will basically mean .exe will have to move fast over towards this B side, otherwise the rotation will show up. Machiavelli already up in heaven, opens things up for Helem. Paranoia, absolutely phenomenal, but not the shots after that. 12 more seconds remaining. The spike is down on floor. Hoax buying some crucial seconds for the team. But is it enough? That's the big question. Pinshell's going in, but a bit too wide out there. Hunt is down out in the open miss. Low. And the HP, King Kappa, has been a beast for this team. Wants to try and carry it forward for this one as well. Eco first one, tries to reposition, but Maka is a bit better with a 3K. .exe are able to survive.
By the skin of the teeth. It was not a clean round for the players of .exe though. But round went in their favor, that's the main thing. It was a bonus round for the players of Ascension Esports, which has been denied. But King Kappa looked like he may be able to get the second one as well in that situation. But clearly that didn't happen. But Hobbs with a pistol in hand also got the perfect value. But the numbers advantage, the weaponry advantage, everything was there with the players of .exe. But now SAQL Esports, they do have enough crest to go for a buy. This is their buy round. And Helem having that entire A heaven control. The players of SAQL Esports are aware. Random spam coming through the wall. But no, the information has been passed on. But this is all just wish. DC can do so much, but Miss denies everything to him.
Absolutely destroys him out there. And a good re-exploration of SAQL. They lost the space towards the ramp. They quickly re-cleared the part of mid. And now they've got the numbers advantage. I love that. Machiavelli is one away from his dimensional drift as well, but he needs to find this pick out there. A double face up on the other side as Trinity and RVK. We're absolutely waiting for this one as Kohli doubles up on the back of it. A lovely hold from .exe. The silent creep up was so good. And now Hoax left in a 1v3 into making us. Trinity is a bit low in the HP, so there is a possibility. And he's also got a Paranoia to work with. There's so many angles for him to watch out for. He tries to move out, but Kohli will put his old IGL back to the grave. It's a 2-2.
A bit of the fumble in the initial pistol round. And after that, it was an eco one. But after the buy round, .exe have finally made their way back into the game. An equalizer has been established. And now they have got the dimensional rift and the cosmic divide as well. Even the showstopper is just 1 point away. The entire ultimate progression is looking really promising for .exe. But SAQL Esports, they don't have enough courage to go for a full buy. Few singers, few sheriffs, and that's it. The Viper's Pit is 1 point away. If Techno gets the Viper's Pit, maybe for the retake, we can use that. But Dimensional Rift already being invested from center.exe, gets the entire information towards the A side. Bring them down.
Opportunity. Missed. Lost it. Kohli still able to try and answer. No, not for long though. King Kappa was there. He's able to shut him down out there. DC with a lot of pressure out there. But the support of RBK is exactly what he needed. Went in for that plant, but it's still a 2v3.
Last player standing.
Techno, and that's going to be a bit too difficult to try and work with as he falls down, walking out of his smoke. And it's not going to happen for SAQL as .exe. Claim the round which they were supposed to claim. Shadow, we have been discussing about the fact how eco has been a strength for .exe. Yeah. Also at the same time, main rifle rounds were a big struggle. And to be honest, with the way how they are playing right now, they have worked a lot on that department.
Definitely. They have worked on that department. They have worked on their buy rounds, and that's the reason they are in the lead now against the players of SC12 Esports and looking quite happy as well. The ultimate progression is also looking pretty promising. Showstopper is already there, 3 major ultimates. But now, SC12 Esports, they need to call for a timeout because they need to discuss after getting the pistol and the entire eco round. It looked like this is going to be a great start for the players of SC12 Esports. But seems like that's not really the case. They lost the buy round. After that, it was the eco round. And now they need to figure out, have a talk with the coach. That how exactly they are going to counter the players of .exe now.
So here's the thing, if history repeats itself, then this round should go for SATUL. Because that's what happened last time, and it's the exact same storyline. The pistol anti-eco going for SATUL, and then .exe picking up the next 3 rounds. And then there was a timeout out there as well. And we have seen the success of SATUL after those timeouts, Shadow, throughout the entire Ascension playoffs, and also even in Split 3. We have seen whenever Hellranger takes the timeout, there is a new wave in the team. There's a new hope that ignites out there. And there's one or the other kind of plan that they eventually execute. And right now, they're trying to do the exact same thing. One way over towards one part of the map while they cleared out towards the other side with that Prowler. Towards the mid-bottom. .exe. I love their diligence. The clearance should be good. The Prowler goes away. So Miz will have to reposition out here. But the operator is still going to be up. And he opens Machiavelli's skull. The opener, an important one as well. It's on the duelist of the other side. But if a reveal out there, Mark though still Miz will survive and reposition. There's 3 people to answer this hit over towards the B side, as now the smoke is going to fade any second, and Hoax, he'll need to be careful. He's got the paranoia to work with, but this is not really the best angle out there. Trinity is walking out there. He's going to see him, takes him down as well, and gets the showstopper ready. He's going to send it out, though Miz will send him back home as he's ready with his own showstopper out there on the other side. Tries to return it, and it's all falling down. SATUL have won on every front.
Seems like the timeout really worked in the favor of SC12 Esports because now there is
10
not
seconds
enough time
left
to go for the plant. And .exe, they have decided to go for the save because the entire map control, site control is with the players of SC12 Esports. An equalizer has been established. 3-3 is what the scoreline is. But these back and forth rounds are something which makes Valorant so interesting, but now .exe Esports, they need to figure out a way that how they're going to utilize that Nightfall and go for the 4th round.
That goes there.
Big utils out there, so we'll have to see.
Yes, this should do.
They've also got to deal with this operator, Shadow, and again, it's going to be
this is the
repositioned
nice
multiple
spot. This
times
goes
on
here.
multiple fronts. Again, there's a stage in the setup out here. King Kappa is still going to hold over towards the A side, but there's a tripwire all the way down and Vents as Hyperspit goes in mid, so they are properly claiming the map space, but B main is where my focus is going to be. As Miz holds the angle with his op and DC is there standing up. He's the main lurker of the team. Got to be careful around that part as well.
The pit already being invested towards the mid, so this time .exe can't go for the mid control. That has been completely denied. And now they have to go for a direct side hit, either towards the B or towards the A. And since King Kappa is already towards the A, it's going to be a bit of challenge for the players of .exe to execute the A side. But the operator is towards the B side. I like the approach of SC12 Esports. Nightfall being invested towards the mid.
But
A fake decoy also goes in through the vents. Prowler towards the B.
they're faking a B split into, they're rather faking an A split into a B hit out there. Techno though,
30 seconds
does not
left.
eventually know that Machiavelli's actually made his cross through out this bit, and I think so that's actually going to give them a cue to change the entire plan out. .exe are looking to go over towards the B side, but now since Maka has so much space, it has also moved out of that trips range. They will go for a hit over towards the A split. Seems seems like they're fake. This time is actually working out
10
perfectly. King
seconds
Kappa
left.
needs to hold his ground. Only 10 seconds. He needs to deny the plant. That's all it takes for his team to win the round as Hoax finds the first through the spam. And he's denied the plant perfectly. .exe can get the pigs, but SATUL will win the round. What a way to wind that clock down.
Of course, a good round conversion coming for the players of SATUL Esports. The moment Maka got that entire event's control, he dodged the tripwire. It looked like this round might go in the favor of the players of .exe. But to execute that strat, .exe took so much time that by the time they made it into the site, there was not enough time left to deal with the site anchor and go for the plant as well. Everything just went in the favor of SATUL Esports. All it had to take was just one frag, which King Kappa definitely took onto the players of .exe. Now .exe is under tremendous pressure.
And in order to relieve that, Hacker has called in for the timeout for his team. He's going to try and give them out some of the information though, because this is technically the second round where the clock has come dangerously close to being out there. They were able to convert the previous one and they were able to get the plant down. But this time around, yeah, not being allowed. SATUL, they were able to bounce back as well and get this lead though, but .exe now will be looking to change things up. Maybe faster towards one part of the map. They have been getting a decent amount of space over towards the A ramp and A heaven, so maybe that is going to be a hole that SATUL will look to fulfill. And seems like it's going to be a pretty hefty clash over towards the A shadow. Ramp is where it's looking a bit decent as there's the operator out there in the hands. No one has made the cross yet, but at least the question mark has been created.
Bring them down.
Paolo's going to go in to try and catch one. The perfect position, but Miz could not land the shot. Machiavelli down to just 5 HP. Harood is barely breathing. But at least they've taken the space towards the heaven.
Not E-Heaven. It was only the ramp control which the players of .exe were able to take. The paranoia goes in. Now on the back of it, back and forth trades are going on. It's a 2v4 situation now, Scared.
And it's turning even more difficult for SATUL. What a diligent position hold. They had an idea that SATUL will hop in to re-clear that space. And they were just holding on to their angles as Hoax understands the timing of his smoke fading away. Catches the first one, repositions as well as brings it into a doable spot. He's got from the shadows to work with as he's now going to run away. Repositioned with his team, runs all the way
30
towards
seconds.
the defender, or rather the attacker's spawn. Up in the heaven. And it is holding that one angle down, but you don't have to worry about Kohli right under you. He knows about him, and he takes him down. Sends out a haunt as well to try and clear some of the space away for Hoax so that he can move up forward. But both the players now stuck on site. It's going to be an individual that's going to be offered to both the sides now. Every single avenue being cleared diligently. The time is ticking though, but they need to win those fights. The reposition from Hoax, but it does not matter. DXC hold their ground and they get another round.
Hacker doesn't seem pretty happy because he knows that it's just a couple of rounds. They can't take the players of SATUL Esports lightly, and since this is their own map pick, they have to get a better score line. They have to have the lead. They have to make sure that the split goes in their favor.
Here.
On paper, this round should go in the favor of .exe because it is scrappy buy for SATUL Esports, just a single Guardian, a Stinger, and few couple of pistols. A Nightfall is also there towards the side of Hilif, but no major win condition for the post-plant. .exe probably has the Viper's Pit. A problem towards the B tower gives the information onto the position of Techno. Few smokes around the mid, and once again the mid control has been established by the players of .exe. The spy cam of King Kappa might give a lot of information onto Kohli.
You know,
But this A split might actually work in the favor of .exe.
straight out there. They want to take the fight over towards the heaven as the horn goes out. 3 people revealed, and it's an obliteration. 2-for-1 trade out there as Hoax will eventually run back to safety. King Kappa During all of that, Chaos is now running in to take all of that space. Now he can find a timing, but Kohli seems to be aware about him. Time could not have it worse for him out there. Up in the open, takes one down, RVK. Takes a couple of shots to his own body, still alive with 20 HP as King Kappa runs away over towards the heaven. He's got the weapon being covered. And we know you don't want the weapon to be in this man's hand. Out there, up with the cage.
Last player standing.
It's gonna drop down. The sound is gonna be heard as well as a double peak and a double face for DXC. Will win them their own individuals. King Kappa is not having the same impact which he normally was having, Shadow. And S8QL are fumbling.
Could be the LAN pressure. That could be a possibility. We have seen even the best of the best teams face that LAN pressure and crumble under the pressure. But still, not that shabby performance. He's 7-6.
Time to jump.
4 rounds already towards the side of S8QL Esports, and they're just 1 round deficit. The Prowler being exchanged. Outside A main, the operator is also there towards the A side. But since the entire ramps and E-Heaven control has been given up by the plus of S8QL Esports, it should be easy for .exe to establish that control. But now, Hawks having that vents control. The dark cover is already there. And now .exe, they are pretty much stuck outside that A main.
Both of these teams are yet to register their first best of 5 series win, Shadow, and in a best of 5 series, it all starts from map 1 itself, the momentum that eventually shifts.
Blocking vision.
And that is exactly what .exe are trying to gain for themselves. 5 rounds already in their attacking side, but it's never really been the attack side that has been the problem for this team. On this map of Split, it's the defense that where they've struggled a lot. So, the more rounds they get out here, the better it's going to be for them. And this start is going to help them out in that exact manner. 4 people up out there, and all of them are going to be tagged in by this Nightfall. A big one out there from Helif as well, as this will eventually halt the push out there from the other side. A Viper Split up in heaven to help them cross, but Miz lands the nastiest shot of probably his LAN career out here in the open, but it does not matter. All a feint, everyone goes towards the B with an coming from King Kappa. Kohli is not going to be landing in his own surprise factor out there in the open. Nightfall sent out. It's every front. A very chaotic story as Kohli gets to finally a bit of a breather out here. 1v2 scenario as King Kappa moves up forward, and RVK is vigilant about him. And he's able to take him down.
The fans still supporting their favorite team.
2 seconds left.
Miz with an operator was able to shut down Treddy, who was onto the showstopper. That was a really good play coming from the side of S8QL Esports. Even King Kappa was also able to get one, but after that it was a 1v2 situation where .exe shined the most. A 6-4 in their favor. 2 rounds deficit is where the players of S8QL Esports are, and now this is a scrappy buy coming. They don't have enough courage to go for a full buy. Stinger, few pistols, Guardian, and just a Bulldog. And if you look at .exe, a very slow approach is coming from their side, especially the way King Kappa is maintaining that ramps control along with Helif. A perfect Prowler play could come into the picture, and things will go in the favor of S8QL Esports. Kohli still trying to create few question marks towards the mid. For now, S8QL Esports, they have no idea what exactly the players of .exe are trying to do in this particular round.
They're just trying to wait for any kind of push on the other side. They've got to read that S8QL will probably try to make a play, Shadow, because they are on the weaker buy. Whenever the teams are on the weaker buy, they tend to make some aggressive plays on one or the other front to try and catch the other team by surprise. But again, DC is not the man you can catch him by surprise out there. Though King Kappa on the other front is absolutely demolishing everyone, and Techno inside his own smoke towards the B is also able to answer DC. Doesn't matter if the hit is slow. If King Kappa gets a 3k with a Bulldog, no base matters out there. 1v4 into the making, not happening today as it's a thrifty round for SATUL. Imagine the kings of thrifty getting thriftied themselves.
All thanks to King Kappa. It was a king on the other side which stepped up majorly in this one. Like you said, a 3k for him and a good round conversion for King Kappa and the team. 12-7 is where King Kappa is. This guy always performs really good. Few land jitters were there, but seems like now he's again back in the form. Makavali once again got that dimensional drift and a Bucky investment.
Bring them down.
See how this ultimate is going to be utilized. Yes, I agree. .exe is trying to cook something around that dimensional drift for this one, but Kohli inside that smoke gets one, gets traded off instantly.
Here. Who's
It's all
next?
happening in the first 15 seconds of the round, as well as the dimensional drift goes in all the way through mid.
You are divided.
And gather the information out there in the open. You've already seen King Kappa. You know there's a couple of players out there. Behind that cosmic divide though, Techno has heard every single piece of it. He was on the other side. Now is going to be sent to the nether realm out here. Hook's able to answer one though, but the backside control, King Kappa can't really maintain that. LF jumps now. Tries to protect his team out there. Util in the hand and .exe in full control of this half.
They certainly are. First 2 rounds, and after that .exe has looking really strong back and forth rounds, and now the lead is there with the players of .exe. And if you look at the expressions of Heart, he's pretty confident that this map is going to go in their favor. But this is just the attacking half where they're shining. Makavali with the Bucky was able to get the perfect frag, the perfect dimensional drift play, along with the cosmic divide. Everything just went in the favor of .exe. A 7-5, and if .exe really wants to maintain this lead, the pistol is really important, but the first pistol went in the favor of SATUL Esports, and if the second pistol also goes in the favor of SATUL Esports, we are going to see an equalizer coming in.
It's highly possible. And here's the thing, Shadow, this is the difference as to what happened previously versus what's happening right now. SATUL were the ones who had the lead all the way back during split 3 when both of these teams played on this map. They had the advantage in 7-5. So .exe are already improving on a big front. But their defense has been where they struggle a lot.
Poison's off.
They only got 1 round on their defense, Shadow, last time, and that too the pistol round. And nothing after that. They got thrifty, to be honest. Always got to be worried about that as the Viper Ball goes into the paranoia, and Kohli need to hold his pace down. It's out a snake bite to try and buy some extra bit of time with both of Makavali out there on site as well. He catches one, makes it 2 as well on the back of that grab wheel. He's able to answer back though. Lovely by both of these teams as the rest of the players move all the way up in heaven, now looking to work around a different part of the map. They've inserted Techno up in front while both the other players now want to try and re-hit all the way from main, but Makavali is here. He knows he can answer back, still got a flash to play around with Techno. Good for one though, but does not anticipate RVK all the way up in screens. Down to 35 more seconds. They know how many players are here.
30
The
seconds
pivot is
left.
going to go over towards the B side. DC needs to hold his ground. Not a single star to help him out. It's all raw gun duel.
One enemy remaining.
And is repositioned perfectly. The
down,
spike down on the floor and the shot landed on the head. .exe claim the pistol to continue their lead.
Double up the lead, to be precise. Because the next round will also go in their favor since they will have the weaponry advantage, and an eco round for the players of SATUL Esports. Just one single landing which DC was holding on to. Everything
Goodbye.
was there in the favor
enemy
of .exe,
remaining.
especially RVK.
Spike down B.
Killing one with a ghost, and after that it was entirely a DC show towards the end. But let's see in the eco round what exactly the players of SATUL Esports are going to do. Can they do some eco damage towards .exe? But seems like Makavali is not with anything with an outlaw. Pretty! Wait a second, a 3k for him! What just happened? A complete mode-down scared.
Absolutely perfect internal clock running in from this man's mind. And it just gets all of them through the smoke itself. And And a lovely readjustment for the third one too. Absolutely perfect. And seems like they're not going to drop even a single weaponry out there unless Helef can probably land in an Aztec Classic shot. Discipline out there from them. Not really running one after the other. Realizes what he can do. Gets one onto Trinity, but nothing apart from that. And the Bulldog is going to be carried forward for the next one. Spectre dropped on the floor. Another fantastic round for .exe. This time not dropping the ball at all, doubling their lead.
Remaining.
Especially at Trinity, the way this guy was maintaining that entire B tower control, the taunt on the back of it, Trinity getting a streak converted. Seems like an easy job for Trinity, the way it all panned down. But now the players of .exe are trying to push the E main. The Prowler, the Haunt. There's an angle being held by RVK at this point. He needs to be a bit careful because it's the entire team of VCT Esports in front of him now.
Oh, DC. The Outlaw up for this man though. A call out there on two, but not getting a single one. Doesn't matter, Trinity. It's good for one, but the readjustment not quite like how it happened in the previous round. Kohli still revolving around the pillar. It's got a couple of angles to watch out for. Sees the first one. King Kappa sees the rifle, so the trade is absolutely on point. And during all of that commotion, Shadow, the re-clearance of S8QL over towards the A side has landed them
Spike
aside,
planted.
but not quite open. RVK is able to re-wrap around them, and Hoax right behind that screen to just reposition out there, sends out the Haunt. Realizes there's also Helef on the other side who will still stand his ground. Machiavelli re-clearing. But the avenue is now opened up. Holy smokes, one player behind the other. What the heck are we playing here? King Kappa as the second layering throughout all of this. This should be it, Shadow. He should be able to close this round though. His position is noted, but the shots can't really be stopped. Machiavelli on 7 HP will be put out of his misery. S8QL, they convert a crucial round.
Indeed, a very crucial round for them. It was their buy round. They denied the bonus conversion to the players of .exe, and it was really important. If they had lost this particular buy round, maybe the possibility of the entire map going in the favor of .exe would have been pretty high. But now, Ascension Esports, they're still in the fighting chance. Only 3 rounds deficit. But since that was the bonus round for .exe, they have courage to go for a buy. And even the showstopper of Trinity is just 1 point away. Once again, going for the mid control. Ascension Esports, Machiavelli maintaining that entire Vents control. And the entire crossfire setup is looking really strong. It's not going to be easy to have that mid control for the players of .exe. Helef loading onto the angle. Machiavelli needs to be careful. And Helef gets one onto Trinity and Machiavelli as well. It was only Kohli who was able to get one onto Miz. The entire mid defense has been broken.
But also the offense facing almost the similar struggles out there. And it is also down to just 2 HP. Miz was already taken out. King Kappa's position has been noted, but I'm not quite sure if he cares about it or not, because there's a lot of people out there walking up in front. RVK tries to hold his ground down and is able to deliver the blow on one part. Not really catching the second, as Hoax is good on that trade. Down to a 1v3.
Spike planted.
All in the hands of DC. Got some space to work around with and go through wins, but Techno is really watching that angle, so I'm not quite sure if he'll try and go for the retake. It's a save out here. Want to carry this weaponry for the next round. S8QL collecting 2 rounds back to back.
Much needed rounds are being converted by the players of Ascension Esports. A good decision from the side of DC to go for the save, because it was a 1v3 situation. Yes, Helef was down to 2 HP, but Helef was indeed the hero of this round. The way this guy held on to his grounds towards the mid, was able to get not just 1 up but 2 players towards the mid, was really important.
Yes.
Because it was not just 1 but 3 players towards the mid, and Helef was able to take down 2 of them.
Just a trade of 1. And if I'm not wrong, he also left Kohli down to just 5 HP as well.
Yeah.
It's like almost taking 3 of them out there. one out to the open. Second one, absolutely perfect. And then just the ground being held down on one part.
My thanks.
Economy has been broken on the other side though, but DC can still buy in for his rifle.
Should be an 8th one for SC12 Esports, at least on the paper. Once again, yeah, on the paper. Could be on the round as well, on the scoreline as well. Could be being the keyword.
How many times have you seen these thrifties being converted, Shadow?
So many times.
And
it all comes down to RVK and DC, to be very honest. These are the two guys which needs to step up in these eco rounds.
yeah, and one of those two guys is down to 10 HP because of a random phantom headshot through the smoke. I'm not quite sure if that's gonna happen. Because
this is the 8th one for SC12?
possibly. Seems like that. Signo opens things up on RVK as well. Trinity not really catching anything, just sees a jumping race going on the other part. I think there's only one Vandal remaining in the hands. Maybe this Marshall could do something. 149 though. Wallbang landed, but King Kappa was there with the better Marshall. Had the outlaw in the hand. It's an absolute flawless round, not dropping even a single weaponry out there. And the problems in the defense are now starting to show up again, Shadow, or you could say the prowess of SATUL on their attacking side is finally getting them back in this map.
Seems like both the statements are true. .exe tend to struggle on the defense, and SATUL's attack has always been really strong on this map. And that's the reason that in the second half, suddenly things are falling in the favor of SATUL Esports. In .exe, they are being forced to use a timeout, call for a timeout now. Because not truly the lead is going away from their hands. They do have few ultimates to work around with, Showstopper being one of them. But let's see how they're going to actually utilize that Showstopper. Because on the other side, for SATUL Esports, it has 3 ultimates, Neural Theft being one of them. This round can also go in the favor of SATUL Esports, but let's be honest, kid, if this one goes in the favor of .exe, they'll hit the double digit. And after that, maybe there is a slight possibility of .exe actually converting this map, because timeout is something which really works for both these teams.
It actually does, but this is also the last timeout for .exe.
Yeah.
So if the adjustments do not play out right now, that means there'd be nothing Hacker could tell his teammates. Also, they've got to be wary about some of the big ultimates coming in on the other side.
Cutting through.
Trinity's got his own Showstopper, but Techno with the Viper's Pit. King Kappa with his Neural Theft. Normally we see the Neural Theft not being so useful of an ultimate out there unless you get a first pick, but King Kappa is known to take those aggressive fights. He's known to take some space from the other side. Here on Lurk as well, and how the heck is Hoax here? Again TPing up on top. We've seen this play multiple times. Trinity goes 1 for 1 yet again through the cage. Holy just takes that space at the perfect time. He answers not one but rather 2. And in an instant they destroy the attack of SATUL. Individual being offered, an individual being grabbed. Helif still has an opportunity. The fun fact is, Shadow, throughout that chaos, the spike was not really down.
I have the spike.
Yeah.
So now Helif has got an opportunity to try and get the plant down. And if he gets the first pick, then he will have his Nightfall up. And he's got a bunch of util in his hand to help him out with that.
And thing is, .exe, they're not even aware where exactly the spike was. So they have no idea where exactly Helif is going. Either he's going for the A
30
execute
seconds
or
left.
towards the B execute, but seems like he's going towards the screens.
Yeah, he's
Is he
just
actually going for the plan? Yes, he is. He was just checking all the avenues,
absolutely.
all the corners of the map, going for the plant. And he has got the entire util for the post plant. The horn being utilized, but no information has been passed on. But finally, he knows exactly where both the players of .exe are coming in. The Prolo goes in to delay some more time.
Enemy remaining.
Gets one.
Might fall up, but he still does not want to take it. There's the operator on the other side in the hands of Machiavelli as he peeks in and still gets the pick. A big one out there as the man stands up on his feet and .exe reach the double digits.
It was so close. It looked like Helef might be able to clutch it out, but it was the operator waiting on the other side. Valiant effort from the side of Helef. But seems like .exe is just one step ahead.
Goodbye. One enemy remaining.
Teleport.
2 rounds away from the map point, and Akavali's operator has been actually popping some heads off towards the side of Ascension Esports, and now the Nightfall, the Viper Spit from the shadows, even the Neural Theft is also there towards the side of Ascension Esports. Miss.
Face your
Another
fear!
bold, but this time it's not from Techno, rather from Hoax. The entire side of A absolutely empty. Going to the plant over towards the heaven as well as King Kappa. He's got his own outlaw up in his hands, and there's half shields on 3 players on the other side, or rather 4 for RBK as well. Techno, what the heck is no one watching him? How is he here? He's gonna get a lot of out there in the open, catches through. RBK finally answers back, only for Helep to hop up and take him down. All in the hands of Machiavelli now. It was left to a 1v1 here. This time it's a 1v3. And Sun, you want to try and run away to save that up for the next one, but Helef is already on the hunting duty.
He certainly is, and he gets the timing on to Machiavelli, and yes, he certainly gets it. Even the operator has been not allowed to carry forward. A little banter, a little fun always goes in the game, and that is exactly what the players of Ascension Esports are also doing right now. But yes, and indeed, an important round has been converted by the players of Ascension Esports, especially the way Techno was able to get the 3 converted. He was such a hero in that particular one. The Viper Split was also invested from the side of .exe, but still okay. This is what makes LAN so much more interesting.
Absolutely.
Where are you?
This is the fun banter, you know, that we always talk about. Machiavelli stood up first, and then Helef is able to answer on the other side. So, there we go. Fun things out here happening right now. SATUL in touching distance. Maybe reaching the double digits for themselves as well. They've got the weaponry advantage up in their hands, and King Kappa has got the best one to deal with .exe. Gamble stack is over towards the B side, but that is exactly where SATUL are also looking forward to. We have known them to go for the last second rotates as well, Shadow, so I don't think so they're going to run away in this tag, but look at over towards the A side. Techno, he's cleared almost the entirety of the side though, and he's now going towards the screen. There's still RBK trying to hold the position down. Slowly moving ahead. Techno has got no clue, and that's one weapon already dropped out there in the open as the ball goes up blue. They're still trying to hold their position down in the Nightfall to try and clear the space, but everyone's towards the heaven, and Machiavelli with the first round to face that pushed out there. Cosmic Divide used up the right click from DC, sends them back to the depths of Wench where they tried to climb up from. And it seems that SATUL cannot get the equalizer right now. That Classic gets 3 and a massive value for DXE.
Just one single ultimate. A Cosmic Divide coming into the play, on the back of it getting 2 important frags for the team. This should have been a 10th one for the players of SATUL Esports. But everything was denied to SATUL Esports, and now .exe just 1 round away from the map point. And SATUL Esports have been forced to call for a timeout. I really want to know your predictions, Kat. Do you really think SATUL Esports can push this map to an overtime?
We have known them to bounce back after every timeout that they've taken. So Hellranger normally protects this one for such situations only. And I think so with the way how they normally like to play on their attacking side, it is highly possible that we might see them bounce back. They're taking a lot of space as well on the map. They're trying to take control, but in this previous one, I just have to say, RBK got the perfect timing on Techno. And then DC's hold out there and went. It was absolutely everything. Cosmic Divide as well came in at the perfect time, so they had absolutely no clue where DC was. so SATUL kind of rushed up on that previous one a little bit. At least dropped the ball. Not really fully their fault out there. Partly the fact that they also, individually went up the ropes towards wings, thinking that it might actually be open. Minor errors that they need to fix in the need. Showstopper right now being sent out. Miz quickly taking space over towards the B. Heaven has bunny hops out of there. Kohli on that Viper will be sent all the way back. The Prowler to try and take some of the space away, though not really happening as Machiavelli denies anything to SATUL. Over towards the mains, and Kohli answers back as well. Every single fight is being won by DXE as they're up in a 1v4. Hawks, you need to waste. Only then will you stop DXE from moving towards the map point, as that's where this train is heading for. All the way holding his pace down. Smoke fades away, and Kohli will put him back in his place. .exe just one round away from claiming the map of Split.
Seems like this time timeout didn't go in the favor of SATUL Esports, and .exe was prepared for any sort of play which SATUL Esports was going to bring in, especially Machiavelli holding on to the top angle. After that, DC, the way DC anchors the side, especially towards the B side, this is not the first time, it is second time that he was able to get good value onto the players of SATUL Esports. And now onto the map point is what .exe is. Kappa completely dodged those pain shells and the paranoia, but still holding on to his grounds outside the A main. And the entire team of SATUL Esports is towards the mid. But Kohli holding on to such an important angle. This is going to be a really important one. But finally, the dark cover saves the entire team. The snake bite goes in. Nothing has been given to Kohli.
But look at this. Machiavelli is now on his demonstrator. Is going to get so much information out here. No 3 players to be there now. Quickly TPs out of the harm's way as well.
Cage triggered.
SATUL will have to re-clear that space. As they've just done that, realized that Machiavelli has gone all the way back now. This is going to be crucial. Both the players, one after the other though, but still RBK is able to trade Miz off. 1-for-1 trade out there as the Viper Spit goes over towards the B side. But there's still DC right next to it. He's trying to hold it down, and it's all a fake out happening in the wind. This is where LF actually takes the fight. Techno's going to fall onto the ground as well though, but Machiavelli holds his angle. And it's down to a 1v2. Again, it's Hoax, but the numbers are half this time around. And it's got his ult to play as well with a couple of shrouded steps up in the open. He's just ready to try and take this fight though, but the discipline from DXE is picture perfect. Both the players moving together. It's going to be a dry fight out there. DC, the first one to peek. It's been shown, it's been known, and neither of them has noted Hoax. This is such a big timing for this dude. Sees the first one, takes him down as well, but does not know where Kohli eventually is. He's also got the ult available to try. Half, big suck, full, big suck, and Hawks peaks at the perfect time. Saves his team, gets the chance, and smacks the other side on that.
Still breathing, still fighting the players of SATUL Esports. This is so close. But Hawks having the perfect discipline, it will end up converting the round in the favor of the team. The entire event's control was really important. Machiavelli one dimension play, forced the players of SATUL Esports to go for the re-clear, but after that everything just went in the favor of SATUL, especially the way Hawks was able to do 1v2. .exe was actually sticking for the defuse. Half defuse was already done. It was a matter of few more seconds. But those seconds worked in the favor of SATUL Esports, and now just 2 rounds away from pushing this map into an overtime. And this time SATUL Esports creating few question marks outside B, whereas the entire team is towards the A. I mean, that's where the spike is. And DC, what just happened? Through the poison cloud, he gets Techno.
It's just the timing working. He himself knows how to play the Viper, so he knows how these timing works. The bus Miz pushes out of it, catches the first one, though the jiggle on the other side is a bit too better out here. LF sees the first one, gets ready for the second as well. shutting him down instantly, and now the B side is
Face your
open for
fear!
business. And during this entire duration, King Kappa, he's the one who's lurking all the way towards the spawn. Machiavelli seems to be ready for that dude though, but only if he would have held his ground for a few more seconds.
30 seconds left.
Down to just 30 HP, seems an 11 on board right now in the RB game. Something else to say. This dude has been here and he's showing why he's still holding it down. A 1v2 on the side in the making. King Kappa dealt with, taken down both the players. Just one volley shot is enough. Can Hoax do it twice? He will absolutely do that twice in a row. He's been here and he's here for business. SATUL 1 round away from overtime.
And imagine this is the map pick for the players of .exe. And SATUL Esports is giving such tough competition to .exe and their own map pick. Imagine what's going to happen on the map pick of SATUL Esports. SATUL Esports is looking much prepared. Especially Hawks, the way this guy was able to convert the last 2 rounds. Can he do it one more time?
Cage trigger.
It's going to be the really important round for both these teams. If it goes in the favor of .exe, they'll get the victory. But if it goes in the favor of SATUL, we are going to see it overtime. A cosmic divide towards the side of DC. Once again, the horn towards the A-Rams. First wave of Util, all the way towards A. Look at such an important angle.
Goes in 1 for 1. Instantly traded off as well though, but on the other side, an advantageous trade though. Machiavelli will move back now. They had the scrap fight.
I know
Spectre in the hand and the snap is insane. King Kappa is good for the trade as well, so the plant is going to go down and they will have the time for themselves. They really need to try and catch something. It's 2v3 up on the other end and no utility apart from just a paranoia to make it. Cosmic divide out there. DC is able to catch Hoax, so the paranoia out of the mix. Can King Kappa bring the clutch to fruition? It's good for only 1, and ODXC will not allow the overtime as they claim the first map. And this is the first map win of them against SATUL in the past 5 where they have played. This is a big statement. They're out here making big announcements.
They got the win when it matters the most. This is a stage in the lower bracket finals where .exe needed that win against the players of SATUL Esports, and finally on the very first map they have managed to get the victory, but this was their own map pick. SATUL Esports did give them a fair, tough competition. It was not a one-sided domination of .exe, but kudos to .exe players of SATUL Esports, especially Hawks, the way this guy was able to get those shell rounds converted. But RBK, my oh my, every single time this guy onto Sheriff is a different level of beat.
Seems like out of this world out here, man. Absolutely fantastic. Just like the rest on the Hinder desk as well. They're doing a fabulous job. Shout out to all of them, and also Shadow again. .exe with the way how they brought themselves back. And I love the fact how you mentioned about how Machiavelli was also getting his crucial frags on those operators, those couple of rounds where he found those openers as well. He was able to set his team up for success too. But one big thing that I noticed today was the fact that SATUL were trying to work around the map a lot, and .exe were reading those tendencies so very well, specifically on that defensive half too. I think so they did a fantastic job onto understanding how they need to stop King Kappa. They always knew the timings, they knew where he's going to be, when he's going to be there. And that was one of the big reasons why we did not see SATUL convert those important rounds where we would normally see King Kappa clutch up a 1v1, 1v2, or rather a 1v3 as well.
Spike planted.
We're gonna have him relive those moments one more time again, because that's the best thing that's happening out here, ladies and gentlemen, in RD Mall. Make sure if you're anywhere in Gurgaon, you visit out on the venue and you see all these players in action live in front of you. You revisit all of those moments out there. Operator from both the sides was absolutely nice, but .exe on their attacking half, they had the control.
Oh, definitely they had the control, but Machiavelli also with a Bucky, with a dimensional dip. If you remember one of those rounds where .exe was trying for that mid control, then just fire towards the vent. Makavali with that fake decoy with the TP was able to breach into the complete defense for the players of .exe. Although the round didn't go in his favor, but still a good play coming in from the side of Maka and the entire boys. But good competition given up by the players of SQL Esports as well, especially for Kappa. This time Miz was also stepping up really well, especially with those showstoppers. That's something which is impressing me, because earlier on the back of Miz, it was King Kappa who was always there to get the trade. But this time even Miz is getting those frags.
He was also doing a fantastic job out there. Yes, I won. I know. The entire team was stepping up slowly and steadily. All in all, it was .exe who were just a little bit better out there. And again, normally we would see .exe, you know, fumbling into the scenarios where there were some 1v1s or rather some 1v2s and 1v3s too, specifically when they had the advantage. But this time around, double peeking, triple peeking at the same time, clearing those avenues perfectly and then trading your teammate. That is where they improved a lot, and I love that. Makavali as well, having the MVP on this one. 5 first kills for this dude out here. A very solid number with an ACS of 221, considering how low kill game this entirely was, because he only has 19 out for himself, but he still has delivered 151 damage per round. That means out of all the rounds that we have played, he's done enough damage to have taken down one in every single one of them. And Shadow, some big numbers being put up by DXC in terms of the first kills.
14 first kills and 10 first kills for the players of SE12 Esports. Perfect post plan for .exe, but for SE12 Esports, they got the site 8 times, were able to convert 6 times, 2 clutches and 150 each side. Those 2 clutches were definitely from the side of Hawks, but it was entirely .exe who got the victory. But looking at the player performance, we already know who the MVP is. But a good performance coming in from both the sides. But I really want to know your prediction on the next map. What are your thoughts on that?
It's the map of Ascent, you know. I'm not even gonna say it twice. It's gonna go for the side of SAQL. Last time we actually saw .exe out there on that map. Yeah, there were some bit of a jitters out there, certain problems that they were facing. They picked up the composition, but it just seemed like that they don't really have the best ideas on that one. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna go down for the side of SAQL. But let's quickly send it down to Johnny out there so that he interacts with.
Thank you so much for that, lovely casters. And yes, I have Hacker with me, the coach of .exe. Hacker, split, pehla map, you picked it, you won it. Kaisa lag raha hai?
It's always good to, you know, start with a win on a map 1. And hamara map pick tha, though the rounds were very close. It could have gone either way, but that Thrifty, I think, converted, worked in our favor. So it's all in all good thing for us.
Okay, it's all in all good for you, but do you think it's going to be the same on Ascent next?
Ascent has always been their home, and it's a battle of mirror comps. So let's see कि कौन ज़्यादा better खेलता है.
एक आखिरी इनसाइड स्टोरी मेरे पास आपके लिए ये है कि सामने वाले ने बोला था फर्स्ट मैप विल बी वार्म अप.
ठीक है, देखते
हैं अगले में. Alright, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen in game number 2. But for that, we're going to head over to our casters. Thank you.
The map of Ascent, and both of these teams are preparing themselves out there, Shadow. And since we were already on that topic of discussion, right, we saw what happened last time, 13-4 scoreline all the way back on Split 3. But since we're already on that topic, we know that things are not really repeating in the same way, as .exe finally broke that cursed streak of their constant losses on every other map. But can they do it on Ascent is the big question. I remember that they went with that deadlock Cypher composition as well, but there were vastly different ideas from both the sides, and it just felt that .exe were not ready for that map.
Yeah, even against the players of Velocity Gaming, it was a 13-11 affair, and SE12 Esports was able to beat the players of Velocity also in the upper finals.
Yeah.
So yes, Ascent is a really strong map for the players of SE12 Esports.
Let's quickly send it to Spartus out.
So we have 2 fans from the audience. दोनों से बात करते हैं. So, आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम हर्ष है.
Who are you supporting?
SE12.
पहला मैच हारे हो, मतलब कैसा लग रहा
I believe in Hawks.
है? Okay. So, introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Moni Plays.
DXC first match win. How excited?
Oh, I'm loving it. I love DXC.
Okay. मेरे पास आप दोनों के लिए एक छोटा सा segment है. एक सवाल रहेगा. The winner gets Valorant points. ठीक है? I have the cue card for it. पहला सवाल ये है, how many agents are there in Valorant?
24. 24?
I believe 28.
Okay, So whatever your answer is, you have to write those agents down in 30 seconds. Okay? Is your pen? Yes, all the agents' name in 30 seconds. And your time starts now. You just have 30 seconds. Be quick, guys. ये स्पीड पकड़ रहा है बहुत तेजी से. आप बहुत पीछे आ रहे हो अभी. DXC मैच जीते, वैल्यू चले पॉइंट्स चले जाएंगे हाथ से. Last 10 seconds remaining. The time is up. Low. Submit karo. Okay, so we have. Okay, can we just focus on them? देखो नंबरिंग तो पूरी करी है इन्होंने, लेकिन 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So Moni has 8 on the right side. So you have won the Valorant points. I will give you after the match, but the match is ready. So सीधा jump करते हैं हमारे काशस की तरफ.
Well, there's people out there winning some Valorant points as well, you know. That makes me even more jealous for not being there on the event. And for all the people out there, if you're anywhere around RD Mall and you're in Gurgaon, make sure you hop by at the venue and make sure you also get a chance to win all of those Valorant points. I mean, we've got some skits out there. I know you all love Valorant, so who does not really want some of those free skins? Quickly hop in there as we will be discussing about what's going to happen on the next map of Ascent Shadow. You mentioned about SAQL when they faced against VLT and how they almost took that map away for themselves as well. So they are looking strong, they are looking favorites, but they were also looking favorites on the map of Split, which DXC were able to steal. So I think so. I'm actually up for surprises for this one as well.
Even I'm also up for surprises because in Split 3, .exe played on Split twice against SHL and Global Esports Academy. At both times, they had to face a defeat on the map of Ascent. Also, they went against the players of SHL Esports. Back in Split 3, that was a 4-13 affair for .exe. It was not at all a good matchup. But I'm very sure .exe, as they have improvised on the map of Split, maybe there is a solid chance that they have improvised on the map of Ascent as well. There could be a possibility, if not a victory, at least a very close matchup is what I'm expecting.
It could be possible, to be honest, because last time when we were seeing these teams play, you know, there was only DC who had certain success on that map, and apart from him, RVK, those were the only two players who had double digits finishes, right? Apart from them, every single one of them was apparently struggling on that one, specifically Kohli. And we have seen how crucial he is for the team's success. Even on the map of Split, he was getting some of those crucial frags, trying to find the timings on those lurks, getting those individual battles. Yes, he was certain times not really winning it, but certain times he was converting those crucial rounds. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how that pans out, as right now it's gonna be DXC and SAQL exactly with the same comp. It's gonna be super fun to witness how this one eventually goes in. As ladies and gentlemen, now since there's a change in the map, there's also a change on the desk out here. We're gonna have a big boy back in the action. Necro, how are you feeling right now for the second map?
First of all, it feels great to be back over here on the VCSA desk itself. And yeah, the second map, I'm super thrilled, super excited since we're going back to the classic grounds once again. The map of Ascent, it is something that is quite the basic one in the competitive pool. And I would love to see what these two teams have got. But watching the first map itself, man, .exe, what a way to humble some of the known names.
Absolutely. And we did not really see that happen all the way for the past two series. It was always SAQL who were having that upper hand as well. And in the previous one, they did not even allow .exe to reach the double digits in terms of those rounds. And in both the maps though, it was again, as we were discussing as well, 13-4 on Ascent, 13-7 on the map of Split. So it's a very big improvement curve from .exe. But
exactly,
I don't know how are they going to try and replicate that on this map.
Generally speaking, watching .exe till the first two splits, who would have thought this is the improvement we've seen inside of the Split 3 so far? It's been an absolute astonishing affair from the side of .exe, qualifying towards the Ascension Qualifiers, taking the slot away from some of the most capable contenders, and now .exe over here humbling some of the biggest names out there. SAQL, after losing that first map of the series, they're definitely going to be panicking a little bit over here. But as we move on towards the map of Ascent, SAQL, now they'll be on the offense. .exe, they do seem a little bit pinned and prepared for this one. Shock dart, getting rid of that trap wire. Once again for .exe, they've got a bit of that spring trap set up on towards the site. The Cypher peeks out. He will get the first one. RVK, the man's doing his job perfectly well. But DC, he swings back and RVK, the man's ready with the mop.
Phenomenal positioning, specifically by the Omen out there of .exe. The paranoia was so brilliant. They were able to shut down the entire push through B main, and what a read. They absolutely knew what SATUL were going to pop off for. Understood that even in the previous pistol rounds, they have looked to go towards the B site on this map. And this is such a big change out there from this team. And now the outlaw in the hands of Machiavelli. We know what is done with the operator in the previous one. Maybe we can find something more in this one as well.
Oh my god, it's disgusting. What am I watching? This is a one-sided show. That's what it feels like. .exe, the first trap that was set up on towards the site, was perfect. The moment the players walked in, it felt like they walked in towards their own death. A bit of an encounter towards mid. Nothing serious happening so far. Machiavelli chipped down extremely low, but the man's got his hands on the Marshall. All he needs to do is connect one shot. And instantly, he can get rid of the foes. Actually, it's the outlaw. Machiavelli slowly and steadily moving up mid once again. And .exe, they're struggling for info now.
They don't really mind it. They're eventually inviting the members of SATUL into their traps and their crossfire setups right now. Over the mid as well. That's exactly what it is. And King Kappa, though, he opened things up.
Yeah, they've got the weaponry advantage.
Oh?
It's still a 4-on-3, though. And Trinity, once again, the man's starting to find a lot of value.
Left.
I've said it over and over again in the past as well. If you want to stand a chance to win against .exe, you got to get rid of this one-man Trinity. And the moment you do so, you will have the majority of the game in your hands. As of now, once again, SATUL, that push being stopped at least for a bit. And this Bulldog, it started him off the floor up. And once again, Trinity on the site, clicking on those skulls.
Lovely opener from Trinity. Catches the first one as well right as the round begins. And then was also able to take care of Helef out there. No smokes for the other side, so they could not really do anything, could not divide the side and clear out those choke points perfectly. And eventually, they were able to convert that round for themselves as well. .exe not losing a lot of weaponries out there. That was the main part about this one round. Winning it, and that too a bit healthy. The outlaw is going to be carried forward though, but the only value it can find is on King Kappa, and we saw how that missed out in the previous one.
Oh my god. What is this? You gotta be kidding me. Luckily enough, the man does get caught, but he also did do a lot of damage to Helef. He's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. RBK, the man's got a flood awaiting. And the players of SATUL, they will be easily able to flood in towards the B site from mid. Solid take. .exe, 2 players left standing. DC gets his hands on the outlaw. Helef is holding quite the cheeky angle. And he probably will be expected to, but no, I guess. But DC does get the trade. Now gets his hands on the Bulldog, but there's a trap wire set up, so he cannot really move that way. But in the end, does get caught.
Taken down, so not a lot of damage being done to SATUL, converting their round comfortably. 4 rifles being carried forward for this one. And again, this was a very good approach. A fast hit and a fast take towards the mid. We're able to catch not just one, but rather 3 of those players over in general. Because Machiavelli also overstepped his boundaries out there. Thinking that maybe he'd be able to TP out of there. He was really expecting maybe 1 or maximum of 2 players out, but he just saw a party ready to hunt. And they hunted well.
Throwing net.
Oh, it's going to be able to catch one. SATUL once again quite a strong and a quick take. Forcing the players of .exe back a little bit more. But is that going to be enough to take the side in their hands? Maybe yes. And here comes the weird beat from the side of Trinity. The man does get instantly punished. And on the back of that, the trades do happen back and forth. SATUL does have the advantage.
Sound sensor.
Also having the side in their hands. Final 2 men standing for the players of .exe. And now to go for the take, it's pretty much going to be to walk into your own death. And as you mentioned, the optimal choice over here has to be to go for the safe.
Kohli, he's invested in that big Odin out there, so he's going to run back to safety. It's only RVK with the Bulldog in his hand who will try to do some damage on the other side, but again, a very fast hit by S8QL. These were the trap, or rather the set plays that we always talk about. That you can take those avenues on the mains with your Gravnet, pair up the utilities with the flashes as well, peek on the back of it, and that's exactly what they did right now.
Oh.
Miz was able to flash TP out of there, and then eventually falling up with the Helif with his Gravnet. The Annihilation was picture perfect too. Eventually caught out there. DC was basically caught up in that.
Yeah.
And as soon as those anchors were taken out, the site was up for grabs, and it was inevitable that DXC will run back to safety to save the weapons.
With the way things are going so far, S2L once again bringing themselves back to life. The first map itself was quite back and forth.
This goes here.
And this one as well. S2L once again
here,
pulling themselves back. 2-2 being the scoreline. Oh, Machiavelli whiffs that first shot. The man won't really get the second chance this time around. Needs to make it count to the maximum. Machiavelli is playing with danger. Miss. What am I watching?
Oh.
On the opposite side, he's already managed to find the first knockout. And there goes the second man as well, maybe. Kohli still, though, somehow surviving. I'm surprised that push did not came through. Kohli was caught off guard. But this time around, once again, the engagement does happen towards A. But it's not enough to get any sort of frag. A 4 and 5 on the board. .exe a bit of a disadvantage too when it comes to weaponry. While you speak of S2L, they're looking extremely strong. They've already managed to find a bit of that crack in the defense of .exe, and Machiavelli is constantly whipping those shots. He's not even able to connect a single shot with this Marshall. This pop flash should be dangerous, but no, it gets dodged. And S2L, once again, they free roll on towards the site as they click on the skulls of the players of .exe.
Lovely anticipation, and now on the back of it, they can easily go in for the plant as well. It's again just Kohli left down to try and save this Odin for the second round in a row.
Planted.
Alright, one good thing that is there is the fact that at least DXC have enough to full buy for the next round, but only if Kohli is allowed to save this weaponry. Only then it could eventually provide a value. Again, they tried to go in for a trap setup over towards the B main. Did not really work out for them. Miz was able to just TP back to safety. Now it's all down to Kohli. 3 players in front of him. Good luck, man.
The man's extremely blinded. Spotted by the drone. Spotted by the arrow, actually. And yeah, unfortunately, the man really could not do anything.
Yes.
S2L, yeah, they're just gaining a lot of confidence at this point. And that confidence needs to be shattered. And with confidence, too, they're also gaining a lot of credits. And the more the economy, the more room for error the players of S2L will have in the upcoming rounds. And that is something the players of .exe cannot really afford.
Trinity is just one away from his own annihilation this time around, so we might possibly see them play a bit aggressive for that orb. S8QL are starting all 5 players over towards the B lobby.
Who's
Like an
next?
aggressive takeover towards that part of the map.
Here.
There's the dimensional drift on the back of it. Should be able to clear out a ton of information out
Oh
there.
my god.
A lot of pressure onto Kohli now.
The man can't really do a lot and still somehow miscatches him. This has got to be a joke. And what are these unorthodox peaks from the side of Machiavelli? He does catch one, but the Omen was able to TP away pretty quickly. Miss still on towards the site, creating a lot of problem. .exe, all the 4 players all the way in the back. Everyone's position's compromised. Oh no, S2L, they know exactly where the players of .exe are going to be funneling in from. It's not a good news. That means now S2L is probably going to set up for a trap. A lot of utilities will be used as combinations. And this is where S2L might just have the advantage. As Miss, he's able to find the first one. The man's already started to thread the needle. Trades do happen back and forth on towards the site, but .exe as well. They're starting to reply back strong, but Miz, this man is an unstoppable force.
Fantastic performance specifically from Techno. Just TPing out instantly as soon as he saw that unorthodox peak from Machiavelli, which eventually caught one. And then he held his ground over towards the B main. Even though the neural theft came in from the other side, he was able to TP away from that, and also it all opened up only because of his fabulous paranoia onto Kohli out there, who was trying to hold his angle down with Sova. Miz was able to capitalize on the back of it. Instantly the backside control lost, and Hacker just pops in the break because he needs to talk to his team right now. You already saw how aggressive he was there. .exe, not really the kind of start they were hoping for the second map.
He knows .exe is making a lot of rookie mistakes, and that's one of the main reasons why they're losing the rounds too. Once again, first of all, the most important thing was SSTL knew exactly where every person from .exe was flooding on towards the site, which was all the way from the back itself, from the defender's spawn. So they knew exactly where to focus. And as I mentioned too during the cast itself, I said this, now we might just see a lot of combination plays. And we did see those combos too on the back of the utilities and the peaks as well. And that was one of the main reasons why we saw an instant flush towards the site. But .exe, one thing I'm clearly noticing, and that is that .exe are disrespecting the utilities that SSTL is putting up on the board. It's working two ways. Sometimes it's working out pretty well, but sometimes they're just getting punished.
Time to jump.
And on the back of that one round punish now, they're also down on the eco.
Yeah.
So you could say that it's not just going to hurt in one round. If that gamble does not work, then that's going to hit them back with 2 straight rounds. And we already know how solid defense-centric map Ascent is. And we know how good SATUL have been on that one. Trap being set about there, Machiavelli, but still, it was eventually strung up perfectly by Hoax. He has got the Hunter's Fury as well, so he can play a bit far back and still support the team for the late round plays.
That's got to blow. The man's isolated on towards the site. And once again, you see the rotation being pulled back from the side of .exe. There's just one man towards the site, which is DC. Hunter's Fury invested. DC's position compromised, and he can't do anything. On the back of that Hunter's Fury, everyone starts to float on towards the site. SSTL, once again, they easily walk on towards the A site, while .exe just left stunned. They don't exactly know what they need to do to try and counter the players of SSTL at this point.
Ouch.
Yeah, a bit of an aggressive peak, but it's fine. SSTL can afford it. They've still got the man advantage. They've still got better weaponry. And look at this. Hoax, this is utter disrespect. Just swing it on the man's face like that, not even scared of getting tapped. This is the confidence that you gain once you start winning series of round and once you have a lot of economy.
That clearly shows up right now as well. The calm aim, the controlled play, knowing that you have got it. No one getting caught in the trap of Machiavelli out there in B main with the pop flash. And then Hoax opening things up. DC has been caught on that very same angle of generator. Not once, but twice now with 2 different ultimates. First time was Helef, all the way back in round number 4. And now, in this round 8, it was the Hunter's Fury. It's been having certain problems out there, but there's the absurd TP of Techno. All the way out in spawn. Look at that smoke. He's gonna get more than one out from here.
Solid stuff. At this point for .exe,
Cage triggered.
their goal is to win a round, not just do damage. And SSTL, their goal is going to be to try and find a way to stop these boys. But SSTL, they've already started to click things off.
Beautiful.
2 players down once again. And I just can't believe it. SSTL is always just easily walking on towards the site, and .exe just has no reply.
The preparation, absolutely fantastic on that. Techno took the space over towards the CT and then threw out a smoke, a very weird smoke. That created the confusion in the minds of DXC as to where Techno would really be. Surely he's not going to make a play like that, right? But that's exactly what he did. That one smoke threw out the confusion, and he was just able to take one down. Survive on the back of it as well by TPing away, and then was just holding the rotators from moving towards the B side. That gave enough time for his team to just simply walk over towards the side. This is such a big preparation gap out there between these teams. I'd have to say SATUL have got Ascent packed up and ready. even for VLT with these kind of plays though.
Yeah. And the crazy part is that Ascent is supposed to be one of the most classic maps out there, right? One of the OG maps. You expect everyone to be exceptionally good on this map. And .exe currently are getting destroyed on the map pick of Ascent. Machiavelli once again towards mid. Just waiting for someone to walk in, but once again, Resa2L, this time it's quite a calm and clean approach, and Techno lines them both up. .exe sets it back in. Man advantage instantly back in the hands of Resa2L. Oh man. This is rough. Four
Shadow
players
asked me
standing.
this question. You know, Shadow was asking me this question as to who do you think is actually going to take this one map, and I was like, with the way how I said you have Reb normally on Ascent and the fast result, it surely seems as it will.
Yeah. Look at goalie. Oh, on towards the site. What am I watching? .exe, they just stand no chance. Once again, it's the flood.
Over there.
And no matter what .exe is trying to do, it's just not enough. Machiavelli, the last man in the crosshairs, placed to perfection. And that's going to be it once again. .exe, what am I watching? Single-handedly getting mowed down. And look at Helef. Now his face seems like he's not even interested in playing the match anymore.
That's actually been his face all the way from first map, I'll have to say.
Well,
he's either looking like, I mean, what's happening here? Or he's looking like, what's happening here?
Or maybe he's just like, you know what? I've had too much. I just don't want to play anymore.
Send me home. Probably not really liking the Gurgaons air out here, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the man's in the middle of the mall just playing a video game.
Now that you mention it.
Maybe he just wants to go on a shopping spree. What do you think?
I absolutely think, though, because I can see quite a lot of coffee shops out there behind him as well, and I would be so damn hungry.
Of course.
But
I mean, that is supposed to be my dialogue, but fine, you can take it.
I know that I'm not really far behind in terms of that, though. But here's the thing. .exe are also going to be hungry for the next few rounds now, because this is just the first half, Necro, and we've only played 9 rounds, and .exe have used both of their timeouts. So they will not have anything for the next half. So it's now or never. They need to bring themselves back in this one. 8-4 is the bare minimum that I'm probably thinking they should be able to achieve, but...
this was disgusting. It was disgusting. 1 bullet and 2 skulls.
No escape.
I mean, at this point, I don't even see how that physics was working, because the player behind him was a bit more over towards the left, and it was a Kolak. I don't know if how could bullet actually swing like that.
Down A.
Seems like we're watching Wanted all along.
Yeah, exactly. You know that movie where the bullets curve.
I know, right? Yeah, maybe have the same idea.
But you know what? Resa2L, though, this time around, since they've got a massive advantage, now they can keep on punishing the players of .exe. Go for those unorthodox plays. And that's why Techno gets caught. Because of these unorthodox plays. Resa2L, they're down to just a 2-man squad. And now these 2 players, they need to do a lot. Man advantage currently in the hands of .exe, but still three guns are in the hand. Even if Resa2L does end up losing this round, and if they just manage to take away 2 more guns, it is still a pretty good round in the books, since they will be keeping their economy humble. Miz is not able to catch anyone, though, and that's a bit of a problem. .exe, solid stuff. Finally, a round gain. That should be a bit of a sigh of relief.
Young Kappa's gonna be thinking out there, what the heck actually hit him? Just a random stray bullet from DC, hitting his skull all the way towards the smoke. And that too when Miz was eventually trying to clear a lot of space out there with the Dimensional Drift. I was about to mention that he's got full utility, so this still could be a very much doable round, as the imports, they have been performing for this team on multiple fronts, being the top 2 out there, the pillars who are leading the team in terms of the frags, while the rest of the players as well, they are stepping up slowly and steadily.
I'm done with
crucial round out here for .exe. The triple push out of mid, worked out picture perfect for them, and now stand at least at a fighting distance, but the economics just crash.
Once again, a lot of utilities invested towards the stake. And pretty much the same idea this time around as well. They just want to flood in. Oh, the Annihilation utilized too. You can't do anything once you get caught. .exe, they're trying their best to stop this flood. They're using every single thing possible, but it's not enough. SR2L once again with the man advantage, and they've just got so much confidence. Power drone utilized, but it's not going to spot Techno at all. The man's safe enough. Trinity trying to walk in towards the side itself, but the man's catching a lot of hurt and eventually will be taken down as well. One last man standing in a 1-on-3 scenario. Coley, beautiful shot, but gets spotted by that recon dart. 66 HP in the hands. He's got a recon dart of his own. That scan might just be a bit helpful, but it does not land on the space it was supposed to. And in the end, once again, it will be SR2L to come out on top. The series of round, SR2L is winning. It's really putting the players of .exe on that pressure point, which is not a great thing at all. And if you think about .exe, yeah, and once again, right, if you think about .exe and their performance curve, in Split 1, Split 2 was not that great. But in Split 3, man, that curve skyrocketed.
They've been doing a phenomenal job out there, though. I'd still have to say, I reckon that in Split 1, when they were playing under the Baji, that was still their best performance out of all of 3 splits, because they came third. But that still doesn't deter from the fact that this is their greatest performance yet.
Yeah.
Out in the VCSA circuit of 2025. Being in the top 3, absolutely flawless though, but this from King Kappa is the reason why SR2L have been on top.
I mean, in general, right, the biggest surprise over here has to be Revenant XSpark getting eliminated from this tournament. Because, honestly, at least we all expected Revenant XSpark to be there in the finals.
True.
But them getting eliminated in the early stages of the Ascension Qualifiers, it's definitely a major surprise. And that too by the hands of .exe. Now that just makes it even more special.
Revealing
at this point, SR2L. What SR2L doing is so classic. It's so textbook. All the players lining up on towards main, utilizing their utilities, utilizing the smokes properly, and directly just flooding on towards the site. That's all they're doing. And somehow it's been working out flawlessly. SR2L is always able to get those sites in their hands.
The discipline is picture perfect from them. Not really jumping in smokes individually out there, still making sure that they're always there. A big tag out here, and Hoax is just gonna shut them all down. A double operator setup with an outlaw in the hands as well. Basically a triple sniper setup for the early round, only to get those rifles and finish it off with the ultimate. Absolute style. 9-3. And to activate this curse now, .exe need to get this pistol on the attacking side. But I have to say, history shows that their attack was not that sweet.
At the end of the day, though, we have been seeing a lot of improvements, so maybe we'll see that improvement on the fly.
Probably. Still feels a bit difficult out there, though, but the only easy thing that's happening out here has basically been grabbing your hands onto the latest OMEN laptops, ladies and gentlemen, because it comes packed up with the Intel Core i7 processors, 14th gen as well. You've got some massive exchange benefits of 20,000 and some instant bank discounts as well for up to 15,000 rupees. And you get some amazing HyperX headset that were valued at over 11,000 only under 499. And all of that by just scanning the QR code or visiting your nearest HP OMEN World stores out there. Fantastic laptops. Oh my god, this was the only thing I was not really prepping for, but seems like Necro, you are the black sheep here. As soon as you hop in, we get a tech pause.
Yeah, but hopefully it's not the long one. Hopefully it is something that's gonna be sorted within seconds. And yes, it was the short one.
Fair.
Sometimes finding happiness in short things is something that we all should do. Right now, SR2L! Oh, they're once again starting things off with the bang!
Spike down mid.
You blink it and you miss it. Find 4 players dead from the side of .exe instantly. And S2L. Just a sweet tap in the end to close things off. Oh boy, the round started so quick and ended so quick.
That round was smaller than the tech pause that we actually had out here. What? Just walking it down all the way up in mid and then wrapping the skulls up.
Just look at this.
The fact that we actually get a repeat on that, you know what? I'm gonna give a shout out to production out there. That was a cool move.
Yeah. The instant rewind. And I'm pretty sure that's what the players of .exe are thinking too. They're probably wishing they could rewind this entire map. But oh no. Once again, everyone's spotted. Just look at S2L. 2 steps ahead every single time. They now know every single person from .exe's towards main. And they're also trying to back away, but this time
Revealing area.
the man towards mid does get caught.
We're aggressive.
And King Kappa, he gets punished. S2L, the player's now trying to top the ball, but this time around, Helef, as he was taken down towards mid, Techno did try to revenge him, but does not really work out.
Mistakes. Big mistakes out there from S8UL. First of all, Helef pushing it all the way down in mid. And then everyone just trying
Player standing.
position themselves in a way to try and defend that extra dropped weaponry. And now it falls down to the man Miz with an outlaw in the hand and a dream to convert this.
Oh no, Miz. There we go, the man's once again started off all by himself towards the site, but still the name is enough.
30 seconds left.
It ran away.
Yeah, the player's just backing away towards the opposite side. Now gonna go for the plant as well. .exe, fingers crossed. 10 rounds in the hands of S2L. Once again, they've just got a massive round lead. And I'm pretty sure S2L just wants to conclude this round as soon as possible. Spike planet. Miz. Slowly and steadily making his way with the Guardian in his hands. 2 players posted towards site. 1 man all the way towards back.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, and both of them just trying to play on the contact play. There we go. First one spotted. Taps on the skull. Second man's position not known yet, but this TP, it might just give it away. And here comes the battle, but it's not enough to take down the man. .exe, they still spring back to life.
He almost pulled that one out there, but goalie. The safest pair of hands out there for .exe saves his team from that one, and rather converts a thrifty round for their side. And S8UL, moment where we thought that it'd be able to move up easily. .exe bounced back at the perfect time with the thrifty. And some quick decision making as well. As soon as that outlaw shot landed, they were like, alright, nope, we're not going here. Running it all the way back towards the B side and then setting up for the post plan. Lovely calls out there. And now it's their buy round. 4 rifles on board along with the Guardian. In the hands of Kohli. Working around with mid, walking up all the way towards the arches now. This could very well end up with a possible B hit. They're just waiting to find anyone to peek. As soon as they find that first pick, they'll move forward with the execute. Now that smoke over towards the window is just to land in a fake. They might want to look to end up towards B and market.
And let's not forget, we've seen a lot of Vico rounds being converted throughout this entire VCSA 2025.
Shadows traveling.
So there's a big chance Steel might just convert this one as well. And what am I watching? That's what exactly happens. Techno. Quick 2-piece towards mid. And look at what LF is doing. Oh, this flank is perfect. This lurk, it's going to be able to catch at least one. He's got the timing as well, and that's going to be the first man down. S2L pulling themselves back from the graves once again in this round. Eco converted, and the thrifty round gifted to the players of S2L.
Whatever you do, we can do one better. And this team looks obnoxiously good out there, and Hacker with that expression, you could clearly see he's not happy with what the boys did out in the previous one. Not checking the corner. They just kept on walking straight forward. And this is a Hell Ranger timeout now. For some reason, I feel that He's not really giving any major instructions to the team. He just wants to try and play with their minds.
Yeah. But looking at the camera itself, it feels like Hellranger is definitely feeding something that is extremely important.
Nah.
But there we go. Finally, a big smile.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows. They've got the timeouts anyway, so you might as well just use it, right? But this timeout can actually help out the players of .exe too. Think about it.
Exactly. This was the only opportunity that Hacker was waiting for potentially.
Or, if you think about it, this might just be the ultimate flex. Hellranger taking the timeout for the opponents.
Yeah, he's done that previously as well, and he does that a lot of times. Whenever his team is almost on the verge of winning, he slams in a pause. And he's like, I don't really want to say anything to you. It's fine, just do what you're doing. He plays with the minds of his opponents.
But if you think about it, right, this pause is kind of important too for a team that's steamrolling the competition, because once again, you remind them by saying that you're not really supposed to make mistakes just because you're dominating.
Down mid.
But then this happens, and Techno just peeks out towards mid, does not even fumble. Oh my god, SC2L. Come on, you're fighting against professionals here.
What's professional gonna do when you are the champions of this map? Just walking out in mid, Techno. This is the confidence that we were missing from this lad. I still remember having that one conversation with him in the interview where he mentioned that he himself knows he's basically been struggling with his form. Throughout split 1, throughout split 2, that happened, and in split 3, he regained that confidence back, and it's showing so well for the team right now. And it is so good, even for the next map. Now one last opportunity for .exe to try and survive. One last buy.
I'm pretty sure in that timeout, the man wanted to say that, guys, do not overheat, do not really overpeak, do not be overconfident. But then Techno pulls that off. And then you think, okay, you know what? You do you, my friend. And then Miz does this as well. SC2L, no matter what you do, they always just bring it back better. And this time as well, it does not seem like the opponents are going to be standing any sort of chance. There is a man in Dimensional Drift as well. And yeah, that's it. You can't do anything. A bit of a troll in the end as well. But SC2L, man, what a quick way to close out that round.
Not LF throwing the barrier mesh on his face. That is utter nasty. But SC2L making a quick work on the map of Ascent, equalizing the scoreline 1-1, and it seems like we're on for a series now. They are not ready to bow down, but there's still smiles on the faces of also the members of .exe, right? RBK was laughing out here, and it seems like they know that this is not their best map. This is not their pick. It's absolutely fine. They're gonna bounce back onto the next one though, but big comeback from SC2L with a 13-4.
Yeah, but once again, even if it is not really your best map, how do you get stomped in such a way? We're still speaking of Ascent over here, my friend, and Ascent is supposed to be one of the OG maps out there. Everyone is supposed to be insanely good on that map, but then you get stomped in such a way on the map of Ascent, and now you're thinking, what exactly happened on the map of Split then? How did SC2L lose on Split against .exe?
It falls down to how well you have prepared the composition itself, right? Because the standard composition was again that Sova, KO, vanilla comp. Everyone used to run that, right? Now the meta has shifted drastically on that one. Now you run the double sentinel composition and utilizing the deadlock utils, pairing it up with your Yoru, that's where the main play lies. And you also need your lurker to have some perfect timings. So RVK was struggling on that back in his own team's attacking side. So there were certain problems out here. And to be very honest, you know, they didn't really have a lot of attacking rounds to play with as well, because the half was either way is a 9-3 and then they lost the pistol too. But I mean, to be honest, I'm absolutely fine with this one, because this is what we expected, and this basically makes sure that we will at least move to map 4 of game.
Look, the first half was fine, right? But the second half, it was even more disgusting from SC2L. And generally speaking, yeah, let's speak a little bit more about the first half itself. With the way things really happened, and how was SC2L just able to walk in towards the site with just a normal textbook play. All the players were gathering towards main, and then they were just using the basic smokes and utilities to flood inside of the site, and somehow they were always getting that side in their hands.
Yeah, because they always had one or the other layering behind that. It would either be Miz running it all the way down, clearing those choke points and sparing the paranoias of Techno, or maybe it would be Techno with from the shadows plays over towards the fountain, ready to just catch one or two players out there. King Kappa was so vigilant, understanding what he needs to do when his team was making noise on one part of the map. That's when he would jump in and try to take the space on the other side. Every single person doing their job, and this is just a very, resurging SA2L that we are seeing.
Yeah, they fell down first, but now they're bouncing back even stronger. 18 kills from the side of Miz himself. Of course, the man was popping off on a different level with the ACS of 282 and 3 first bloods on the man's hand, with the headshot percentage of 38.9. Solid stats from the side of Miz, but let's not forget, from the side of SA2L, it was a well-knit team effort. Everyone was popping off on a different level, and that was one of the main reasons why .exe were just not really able to match up to that caliber. If you look at these stats as well, yes, SA2L, they're just dominating on every single front.
One of the big changes out here is the fact in terms of those first kills. .exe had extra bit of first kills out there on the map of Split. Now you asked for the reason as to what happened to SA2L on that map. I think so this is also one of the big reasons. Those early duels, the opening frags. Last time it was .exe who were having that advantage there, if I'm not wrong, 14 out of all the that there were. While SA2L this time around just absolutely destroying them. Shows you how strong they're on this one, and look at that. 4 out of the 5 players having an ACS of over 212. It's a well-knit team effort that they work with. And you know what? I'm just going to say it. Finally, Helif was able to hit someone with his Annihilation as well.
But generally speaking, right, after losing a map like that, it is definitely supposed to fiddle with your mentality a little bit. And I hope it's not really going to be making sure that the opponents, which is .exe, their mentality is not going to be suffering with this. But for now, let's move on towards the arena itself, towards the host.
Joining me right now for a very special interview is one of the faces of SA2L, Rebel. Rebel, how are you doing?
Oh, bro, I'm absolutely fine. By this experience is super duper good, bro.
मेरे भाई फाइन क्या होता है? दिल्ली में हो रहा है इवेंट.
भाई दिल्ली में है तो जरूर अपने टीम को सपोर्ट करने आएंगे ना, तो that's why I came to support and मजा आ रहा है मैच देखने में.
And this is the first time SA2L की जो जर्सी है Valorant के स्टेज पे पहुंची है. So how is that feeling for you?
भाई obviously that feeling is really awesome भाई, and बहुत proud feel हो रहा है. And Pings हो गया, Sid भाई, Thug, Model, everyone just believed in them and they are here to shine and we are here to support them.
Here to support, but I know कि you come from a PC gaming background, लेकिन आपने सारे peripherals का एक चक्कर काटा. Finally here एक बार फिर से PC gaming arena, Valorant. It's one of the games that you love.
Yes, I love वो थोड़ा सा bait करता हूँ, बस वही चलता है. बाकी तो I love Valorant and SA2L OP, let's go!
SA2L OP, ये तो I think chat में भी चलोगे. Do you have a message for someone special that's watching?
Yeah, someone special के लिए मेरे पास है. Sid stream कर रहा है. Sid भाई, आपके लिए पूकी हार्ट.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Rebel. He's here to support SA2L. अगर आप लोग दिल्ली NCR में हो, RD Mall Sector 52 Gurgaon is where we are at. Do make sure to drop by and say hi. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. After that is Xbox.
Watch this.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't so they doubt the kid. I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, come on, always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
What's this?
Let's go.
Well, SA12 Esports versus .exe Esports. This match is becoming interesting and interesting. Two matches already done and dusted. The first one went in the favor of SA12 Esports and the second one went in the favor of, SA12 Esports, and both the teams go winning on their own map pick. I don't know why I'm fumbling, but yes, the match is very intense and crucial, the next one especially.
Exactly, but as we do have the Asian composition on the screen, once again for SA2L, generally speaking, now since they've got the momentum, and it's not just any momentum, it's a strong momentum from the map of Ascent. As we move on towards IcePark, it is also one of the OG maps out there, but this map requires a bit more of the brains compared to the side of Ascent. So as we move on towards IcePark, generally speaking, I'm expecting quite a close-knit affair, but what about you?
I don't think it's going to be a close affair because Icebox is a really strong map for the players of SA12 Esports. It can entirely go in the favor of SA12, and that too in the dominating fashion, because they 13-2'd the players of Velocity Gaming, and against Revenant XSpark also it was a 13-8 affair in Split 3. That is how strong SA12 is on the map of Icebox. But I'm very sure .exe they have got something prepared for the map of Icebox as well.
Yeah, probably they do. And they have to, right? SA2L, yeah, as I mentioned, they've got the momentum over here. All eyes are going to be on .exe. And if they somehow do drop this map as well in a complete one-sided manner, then for SA2L, I feel like the victory is inevitable. But if .exe does want to stand a chance to win the series, this map of Icebox is crucial. It's extremely important. And once again, my mind just keeps on going back to that map of Ascent, and it's just hard for me to accept the way .exe lost that. And now just look at the players of SA2L, straight up disrespecting them, moving up close and personal in such a manner that .exe is not able to comprehend. There is DC in the front, and DC is taken down extremely low. SA2L once again walking in towards the B site. They've got the side in their hands too. No one's going to be able to stop these players. Easily getting the site control. Final 3-man standing even for the side of .exe. And what can you do? But a great shot from Trinity. Shuts down King Kappa. Trinity backs away all the way towards mid. And now he's going to be joining the rest of his teammates too. SA2L, they've got the man advantage though at the end of the day. And that's something that matters the most. But Trinity, he's a deadly man. And he can make a lot of wonders happen. Cleaning the floor up slowly and steadily, but SA2L, they reply back once again. Man advantage in their hands, and now they can go for a double peek in the end. It has to be a combo peek, but it does not matter. The recon dart wasn't destroyed in time.
Most certainly, the first pistol round goes in the favor of SA12 Esports. This time they went for an aggressive approach towards the B side and directly going for the yellow control. The man who shines the most of those rounds, the pistol rounds out of it, was the first one to be taken down from the side of .exe. And after that, it was an easy job to take the yellow control and go for the plant. Towards the end also, it was a 2v1 affair, only the single player from the side of .exe. And like you said, the recon was right there to give all the information. Because of the weaponry advantage, should be a second one for SA2L now.
Should be. Recon once again used. SA2L slowly and steadily starting to flood in once again. B-site's completely open. And .exe, they themselves know they don't really stand a chance to win this round, but maybe they can do some damage. But once again, for .exe, to win any sort of duels, they need to play together. And that's the only way they can make anything happen. The wiper wall once again goes up. SA2L They've just got the players completely locked down. And .exe just can't do anything. But look at this man. King Kappa spots two, takes down one. But it is still fine. S2L, they instantly spring back as they take down two in return. But RVK, what a shot that was. Techno flanks from the back, and that's going to be the final man shut down as well. S2L, second round converted with ease.
Of course, with ease because of the weaponry advantage, and not just the weaponry advantage, even the Viper wall on the back of it, they scaled up towards the side, and that Viper wall didn't allow any sort of control of the side to the players of .exe. They couldn't do anything, and especially after that, the way King Kappa came all the way from the kitchen, was able to do so much damage, and Hawks with an Outlaw was able to take two players down. A perfect set play from the side of S2L Esports, a good round conversion, but now this one is going to be really important for .exe, as it's their spy round. Once again, the flash goes in, the recon goes in, and DC still having that entire yellow control. But he's the only solo anchor towards the B, but RVK, man oh man, he gets two on the King Kappa and Hawks towards the mid.
What a way to open things up. The man just casually walks in, gets a two-piece, falls back. S2L completely humbled. But once again, even for S2L, they've managed to shut down RVK in return. And it's quite an important shut too. But .exe well aware that there's a chance someone might just push up tubes. And that's why the players, once again, be re-clearing that kitchen vicinity. Machiavelli trying to clear the tube as well, but no, Techno looks away at the wrong time. But still, S2L, they do get their grip on towards the side itself. A great pick coming in from LF. Shuts down Coley. Miz. Once again, staying all the way towards the side for Trinity. He is the danger man, the main playmaker for the team. And Miz, he once again strikes down another man. LF as well on that contact. Takes down Trinity. DC, the last man standing, put in a 1-on-2 scenario. And .exe with a man deficit, they can't do anything in this one. And LF, in the end, he will nail down the last player too. S2L winning back-to-back rounds once again.
Bonus has been converted by the players of S2L Esports. Is not looking good for .exe at all, and that too on their own map pick. The moment the players of .exe went for the Icebox pick, I really thought they've got something prepared on this map to counter the players of S2L Esports, who have been looking very strong on Icebox. But seems like that's not the case, especially at the start of the round, the way RVK was able to do so much damage towards the side of S2L Esports, taking on not just one but two players, maintaining that entire tubes and mid control. But after that, even he was also shut. And the entire side control win the event in the favor of S2L Esports. A tech pause is there, and soon all the technical issues will be resolved. But once again, .exe are now back onto the eco round, Necro.
They indeed will be. .exe, one thing is for sure, they now need to think through every decision they make. Because S2L, they started the round off in quite a bad note. Dropping down two bodies off the rip like that. Man advantage was in the hands of .exe. But then the way S2L just flipped the odds and flipped the tables completely, that's where everything just came crashing down for .exe. And those sort of rounds can really win you the mental game. And S2L is winning those crucial rounds. But .exe at this point, you can clearly see a big worry on their faces. Everyone from the side of .exe does not exactly know what they need to do to try and get themselves on the way. While S2L, they seem like they're chilling.
Of course, they are chilling because they do realize how strong Icebox is for them. They're most probably already counting this map in their backpack, but it's just 3 rounds. It's just a bonus converted. There's still hope for the players of .exe, and since they are on the eco round, that is where the players of .exe, especially RVK and DC, they shine the most. And if, again, RVK and DC get something in this round, get those opening frags onto the players of SATL Esports, they can still go for a thrifty or an eco conversion. No major ultimate to the side of .exe, but the Hunter's Fury of Helif is just 1 point away. Even the Thrash is just 1 point away. The entire ultimate progression is looking promising for SATL Esports. Once again, might be going for a B hit, but this time it is a double stacked up site. And look at RVK's setup. That alarm bot is placed onto such an aggressive angle. Seems like DC really wants to play on the contact of that alarm bot.
Yeah, all of that is fine, but look at Trinity. The man's so deep, but that DC is going to give his position away. Where can you go? Trinity will be shut down eventually. SA2L once again starting things off with the advantage. And if you're .exe, you cannot keep on making those mistakes. DC, does he have a chance to catch Helif? Maybe, yes, he does. But does DC know that there's Helif on the right? That's the main question. He won't be able to catch the first one, but he rips all those shots on the second. And Helif will shut him down eventually. Once again, the B side back in the hands of SA2L, and somehow they once again start to flood in. This was a problem even in the map of Ascent. This is a problem even right now. What are you supposed to do if you're .exe to try and stop this flood? SA2L just casually walks in every single time towards the site, winning every single duel. And look at Helif now. Even he's starting to pop off. He's getting a lot of kills on the board. He's keeping his team on the pedestal, on the advantage. RVK, you need to snip that flank from mid. Position compromised, taken down to 57 HP. Man's handicapped. He can't do a lot. He does have the utilities too, but what are you supposed to do when you're just a KJ? It's going to be tough. King Kappa from the back will stab him in the end. Should be a done so, but no, RVK. Dodging all the bullets, but in the end does get caught.
Yeah, a good round conversion once again from the side of SA2L Esports. This was the eco round for the players of .exe, and seems like they were not even able to do much eco damage to the side of SA2L Esports. A win-win situation for SA2L.
I'll take it.
And B side has always been the strongest side for the players of SA2L Esports. That is where they shine the most in the post plant. Initially they tried to go for the A execute, but after that they were forced to pivot towards the B side. And B execute has always been really strong. 2 ultimates already towards the side of SA2L Esports. The only win condition for .exe is the operator in the hands of Trinity and the Hunter's Fury towards Kohli for the post plant.
Yeah, but can the Hunter's Fury really be a win condition? That's my question. Maybe the operator can be, since it's being held by Trinity. And I always love Trinity. No matter what sort of weapon the man is on, he's being so consistent. A consistent performer. Once again, SA2L just walking in casually towards the site, but this time they might be stopped. And here comes Techno shutting down 2 players. Kohli as well with that Hunter's Fury. Takes down the man towards the side, and what a disgusting flick that was. DC. A quick tap and a dirt nap. 2 men standing for SA2L, but once again, they've got the site control. And if you're .exe, it is not something you're supposed to give to a team like .exe. SA2L, we know the moment they get the site control, the moment they get the spike planted, there's a big chance they will be the one to come out on top as well and win the round. And that's what has happened. If you're .exe, you should have denied that take. Good recon dart, giving the position away. Helif wants to reposition himself, but the man gets taken down to just 79 HP. And DC, he's starting to pop off on a different level. Operator in the front, the man pulls out the classic, but Helif, his aim's looking sharp.
And once again, the guy saves the round for the players of SA2L Esports. It came so close down to the last 1v1. It was the operator in the hands of the opponent, and that is where Helif shined and got the round for the players of SA2L Esports. But let's be honest, Necro, A side is where SA2L struggles a bit. And I agree with what you said. If .exe allows SA2L Esports to go for the post plant, chances of SA2L Esports converting the round are very high. They have to focus on denying the entire site control to the players of SA2L Esports. That's the only possible way for .exe to convert the round in their favor. And
Yeah.
right now, they need to find a way to break the momentum because once again, .exe, I'm sure they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy.
For .exe, yeah, they're having a lot of talks amongst themselves, but looking at their faces, they seem disappointed in themselves, which is not a good mentality to have. I understand .exe is definitely choking quite the crucial rounds, but at least as of now, .exe is supposed to keep their heads high and think of what they exactly need to do to try and overcome the upcoming scenarios. One thing is for sure, .exe's mentality has been taken down by a margin by the players of SN2L. Specifically on the map of Ascent, everything just came crashing down for .exe with the way they lost that in a completely one-sided manner. And now if you look at SN2L, once again, they've got a massive win condition, and that is going to be that threat.
Standing ahead.
The moment it's being utilized, everyone from .exe needs to respect that and back away. But I highly doubt it will be utilized as well, since we know .exe is on an eco. And all the players of SN2L need to do is just win the duels. Trinity popping that Blade Storm. This first engagement is going to be extremely important. For what? Trinity! 2 quick taps on the skull, and the man is unstoppable! Once again, consistently performing, and this is why I say Trinity has always been the main playmaker. You shut down Trinity, you win half the battle. But in this round, the man was a complete different beast. And luckily enough for .exe, they managed to retrieve 1 weapon. And what a thrifty round that was, just because of this one-man Trinity.
Totally, he was the MVP of the previous round. The way this guy with the Blade Storm was able to convert the 3K, 50% of the job, more than 50% of the job was already done by a single lad Trinity. And the fact that players of SN2L Esports were aware that Trinity is onto the Blade Storm, they just came right in front of him. And now there are 2 major win conditions for the players of .exe to go for the second one. One is the lockdown and the second is the Viper Spit. They can use the Viper Spit toward the B side and force the players of SA12 to go either for the mid control or for the direct side hit towards the A. Here. But let's see if they're really going to use that Viper Spit because the players of SA12 are slowly scaling up towards the B side at the back of the Viper Ball. The Snake Bite to delay few things. A very slow approach this time for SA12. But the thing is, they do have their own Viper Spit to play for the post plant.
Exactly. That was the point I was about to make. Yes, maybe .exe does have 2 ults, but the same thing is in the bank of SN2L too. .exe this time around, we're seeing a bit of that resistance, which is a great thing. But still the spike gets planted, which is not a good thing at all. And look at King Top Out, but no, he gets denied. That could have been in the power position. Hoax. Oh, the man's pulling up quite deep, but this time Hoax, he pulls up at crucial value, but that's not going to be enough, because RVK, what a play that was.
Finally, .exe has found a way to deal with the players of SA12 Esports. They have found a way to break the strats of SA12 Esports and get few rounds converted in their favor. 1 more round goes in their favor, a much needed round in fact. And the entire ultimate progression is also looking really promising for the players of SA12 Esports. They've got 4 ultimates online. I don't know how exactly the players of .exe are going to counter each ultimate because all they have got is just a single
Get out of my way!
The operator in the hands of Trinity. This guy can once again be the playmaker, but first he has to shut down Miz, who is onto the Blade Storm.
But once again, I highly doubt SN2L is going to be investing every single piece of ults in this round. Oh no, Miz. He's down to his last blade. That last blade needs to find the connection if the man does want to continue utilizing it. Good lockdown. It's going to force every single person from the side of .exe to fall back. And that's what happens. And SN2L, they've always wanted the site control. That's it. And they've got the site control this time around, investing that Viper's Pit too. As I mentioned, I highly doubt SN2L is going to be investing every single piece of vault. They've still got the Thrash available. But if they do use it in this round, that means SN2L will be struggling in the upcoming rounds to get them back in their hands. And Thrash being utilized too by them. This time around, Machiavelli, he's going to be able to find a bit of that success from .exe, but that's not going to be enough since SN2L, they're stopping this flood from the side of .exe. Slowly and steadily, .exe starting to fall apart, and SN2L, what a great hold that was in the Viper's pit.
But this was such an ultimate heavy round for the players of SN2L Esports. I understand Bladestorm and Viper's Pit being committed, but every single ultimate being utilized in a single round. That too when you are in such a great lead. That also showcases that SN2L Esports doesn't want to give any sort of a leeway to the players of .exe to make any sort of a comeback.
One enemy remaining.
Techno, the shorty, was also able to get not just one but 2 frags. And there was no time for the players of .exe. Maybe .exe was also on the same line of thought that SN2L is not going to invest every single ultimate.
Exactly. I mean, SN2L did not invest every single ultimate. They still have the Thrash available, and now they use it. And Hulks, oh my god, on the back of that Thrash, the man just cleared out the entirety of the site. A lot of value found with that Thrash. And look at Miz, he's in such a proactive spot, but he still gets taken down. An important pick for the players of .exe, taking down Miz on that proactive spot. But still, this post plant. And now for SN2L. They've got a man down. To get things off with just a man down, it's going to be tough. But look at Techno disrespecting every single util that .exe is putting up. He was able to click and find one, but once again, the man advantage in the hands of .exe. And that's something that's extremely crucial. Oh my god, the wingman's actually going for the defuse. They've got it halfway up, and now they need to try and stop it. And what?
Whoa!
Folks, what was that? You disgusting man! That spray transfer on top. Oh my god! And just look at the man's face as well from .exe. He knows these are some of the rounds that they're not supposed to lose, but just because of a man's heroics, they're losing these rounds.
The disappointment on the face of the coach of .exe. And Hoax just walks away with murder. That round should not have gone in the favor of SN2L Esports. What a spray adjustment. What a play by Hoax. 7-2 is where SN2L is right now. Holding on to a pretty angle this time. Position already compromised. 22 HP and gets taken down by Hoax. Eco
Genuinely speaking, Trinity, I don't know what he was doing in that spot. Oh no, Trinity. He's like the main playmaker for .exe. He's the only reason why they got one round in their hands.
Poison's off.
And now that the main man is down for SN2L, it just gets even easier. I've been mentioning this from the start. Take down Trinity, you win half of the battle right then and there. And that's what happens over here too. RVK and the boys once again pushing in tandem together. And SN2L, just look at this post plant setup. Everyone might be thinking that the players of SN2L are probably towards the site or maybe towards the main playing the post plant, but no, instead, they're playing it all the way towards kitchen. And now .exe realizes what's going on. SN2L just better, proactive, thinking on the fly and making it work pretty well too. No matter what the boys of .exe try to bring on the board now, it's not going to work out that well. And oh, the salt on top of the wound as well in the end. The man wanted to knife him.
These micro adjustments from the side of SN2L Esports are something which the players of .exe are not able to read. Every single time SN2L Esports was going for the same plant spot towards the B side, and this time they went for the kitchen plant towards the kitchen, and they were playing from the kitchen for the post plant. .exe didn't anticipate that at all. And now Lockdown is still there towards the side of .exe, but the mindset in which they are, can they really convert the round? Can they really think in the approach of SN2L to counter that? I don't know, man. Hawks has got the trash available, the poison cloud is there, and this time maybe SN2L would go for the kitchen control once again, King Kappa.
I mentioned this a while ago too. The mindset that the players of .exe have. It's clearly visible just from their faces too. And their faces say that they're disappointed in themselves with the way they're losing some of these rounds. I understand They're probably blaming themselves for everything that's happening, but right now is not the time, my friends. You need to keep your heads clear. But Trinity, what a way to open the fray up. RVK's position compromised. The man's easily going to be able to back away as well. But Helif, since he's taken down, and Trinity once again is starting to pop off. This is quite important. Trinity, 3K. A man single-handedly converting the round. Oh my god, on the verge of popping up and getting the ace as well. But in the end, does get taken down, but it does not matter. Trinity, he is your win condition. He's carrying the players of .exe on his back. If Trinity was not there, .exe would have been done a long time ago.
Totally agreed to that. This is a second round coming on the heroics of Trinity himself. .exe, you can't just rely on a single lad to get you a win on the map. He can get you only a few extra rounds. That is it. 2 rounds because of Trinity, 1 round because of RVK's heroics. And that's it. And already a timeout is coming from the side of Ascension Esports. I don't know if really the players of .exe can go for the 4th one. 8-4 is the best possible swap for the players of .exe, but seems like the players of Ascension Esports wants a 9-3 swap. A very daunting victory. They want to replicate what really happened in the map of Ascent in Icebox as well.
Yeah, and it seems like it's not too far away either, right? There's a big chance it might be replicated. 8-3. The scoreline, S2L. Yeah, they lost the previous round, but it's because of that one-man Trinity. And I'm pretty sure at this point as well, S2L's realized that the only way you can win the round is by shutting down Trinity. Because of Trinity, now they've managed to win 2 rounds and 1 because of RVK. Don't get me wrong, RVK has been extremely consistent, but .exe is only able to win the rounds if they are getting any sort of heroic plays. It does not matter if you're consistent on the fragging department. For .exe, what matters is you popping off on a completely different level and single-handedly giving them the round, which is not a good thing to have. It is a team game at the end of the day. Oh, the Thrash spots the player. And maybe not. Oh my god, for Trinity, he still pops off and gets the first man down. What am I watching? Trinity and .exe, they pull themselves back. But Hoax, this one man shuts down 2. He's also quite healthy. Once again, another round converted just because of this one-man Trinity. Those 2 picks that he found was crucial. But Hoax, what? Just tapping on the skulls. What am I watching? A mechanical demon. Hoax is supposed to be the big brain guy, but the man is also a mechanical demon now. Spike planted. Hoax all the way towards Snowman. Is he expected? RVK can be caught off guard with Hoax's position, but maybe Hoax can be caught off guard when RVK comes through on this spot. And Hoax, it's a one-on-one duel between them and Hoax. An ace to close things off. What a clutch that was. Hoax. If Trinity is doing good for his team, Hoax, he's an absolute monster ripping through .exe.
If anyone thought the moment Hawks used that thrash that Trinity came in and got those frags, the round will go in the favor of .exe, Hawks was like, no, it's not only my ultimate, even my rifle can do the job. He stepped up majorly in that round. And Ace coming in and saving the round for the players of Ascension Esports. This guy is built different. Not just on this map. If you remember on the very first map also, there were few heroics moments from the side of Hawks as well. It is an initiator. He's top fragging right now, 17-7 where he is. But for everyone in the audience, we have got something for you guys. That is OMEN Max 16, a new standard for gaming performance. It has got Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, 275Hz, 16 GB NVIDIA, and lot more things. All you have to do is just scan the QR code, and there are a lot of offers and deals available. Do check them out. But coming back to the game, a 9-3. Do you really think, Necro, a 9-3 curse is going to prevail this time? Because I don't think it is going to be there.
It's outdated now, Shadow. Come on, just forget it. 9-3 curse is no longer viable.
Spike
it's
down,
outdated.
B.
That trend is gone. We're now in 2025. But for .exe, At least the good thing is that both the teams have received equal damage. But looking at DotExe and losing out on Trinity now, that's a big problem.
Spike down B.
If DotExe wants to win a round, they need Trinity on the board. If Trinity's not there, DotExe's not winning. RVK with a Sheriff in the hand. This man is a Sheriff demon. But can he connect the shots when the sword is on his neck? When his head's on the swivel, can he really make it count? That's the question, and no, it's going to be the answer. Hell, what a quick tap that was.
I haven't seen RVK crumble under the pressure. At least not in split 3 or Ascension Qualifiers. But seems like this time, even RVK is feeling the pressure. This guy is getting those numbers in terms of the kills, definitely in every single round. But those convincing round conversions, this entire team play is completely missing from the side of .exe, and this pistol round was really important for .exe if they wanted to put up a good fight against SC12 Esports in the second half. But seems like it's a done and dusted case. A 10-3 entire eco for SC12, again with the advantage. Should be an easy 11th for SC12.
Yeah, it should be. Once again, the only man who can save them from the brink of death, in my opinion, is Trinity and RVK. These are the only two players that can currently make it happen. At least the good thing is that they've got a quick sight take in their hands. Spike, though, still not planted, which is a bit of a concern. And .exe, as of now, the scoreline being 10-3, their hopes and dreams of actually taking the map of Icebox home as well are starting to fade away. Wiper wall goes up. Wingman on his way to get the plant out. This time around, miss. He's going to be able to back way easily, but oh, that's Whoopman. It's going to be able to stop that Wingman from going for the plant. And now, the moment the wall goes down, it's an absolute annihilation from SC2L. Stopping the players in tracks and .exe. Yeah, even the coach himself is now under a lot of pressure. He himself is questioning what exactly is going on with my team.
The moment the Viper wall went down, the entire team of .exe was right in front of the players of SC12 Esports. All they had to do was just shoot bullet in their direction, and that is exactly what they did. The timing of the Viper wall going down was a bit off. .exe didn't anticipate the players of SC12 Esports to be there. But it's just the pressure which is making them make mistakes. Flash being exchanged. Once again, a solo anchor towards the B side, but Techno has been doing a fantastic job. King Coppers, Nano Swarms are also there, and he's maintaining the entire tube's control as well.
Yeah.
Fox is also there. Towards the B side, but very slow approach from the side of .exe. But as he goes in, the back of it, the yellow control has been established by Trinity. They can go for the plant. This plant is when they are also struggling, but Techno gets one onto Trinity.
Trinity whiffs when his team needs him the most. Unfortunate. .exe crumbling. Every single thing not working with them now. Be it the map, be it the mechanics, be it the mentality, be it the team play, synergy. Nothing is working. And look at King Kappa. The man's positioned for success. Takes down two players with ease. There's another man on the back of that spring, and he's going to shut down the player towards mid. And Coley, why was he challenging that? RVK, the last man standing. Can he really convert every single possible duel? Peeks out towards mid, but that peek is also going to invite the second man towards B main. As now SC2L, they quickly shut down another round. And this is going to be the map point for the players of SC2L.
I understand what happened in the map of Ascent. That was a map pick for the players of SC2L Esports. Obviously, they'll dominate and perform really well on their own map pick. But this is the map pick for the players of .exe.
Right there.
A 12-3 is unacceptable on your own map pick.
Fine, right?
Coming for the players of .exe. It's not fine because, let's be honest, Haven once again is the map pick for the players of SC2L Esports.
No, hear me out what I'm trying to say. even if SATL did pick the map of Ascent, at the end of the day, Ascent is supposed to be one of the OG maps, one of the most OG maps out there in the Valorant competitive pool. And to get beaten down in a completely one-sided manner like that, it's unacceptable. Then you move on towards Icebox, once again another OG map, and now they're getting beaten down in a completely one-sided manner. It just makes you question, what is going on with .exe? But hold on to that thought though, maybe .exe can still pull themselves back. Machiavelli, this time the man's going huge. He's already found 3 pieces, and this 3K might just help him sink the round as well, but Machiavelli! 4 pieces on the board, but the ace will be denied by Techno! SATL. Solid stuff. Questionable decisions made from the side of .exe, and even Machiavelli just reloading his weapon, walking out like that. Oh man. But SATL, what a way to close things off. You have to love the way SATL played this. But .exe, oh man. When you think nothing can go wrong, but then everything goes wrong. And this is what's happening to the players of .exe currently.
When it rains, it pours. That's what's happening with the players of .exe. They're getting annihilated by the players of Ascension Esports on the map of Ascent, and after that on the map of Icebox also, same thing happening. Only 2 players are getting those important kills, and that is Trinity and RVK. Only 2 lads can't get you a victory, not a map victory. Only few rounds they can get you. But seems like the entire mental pressure which .exe is feeling at this point is not really helping their case. But I also do understand that Necro, this is their first LAN. LAN jitters are also something which comes into the play, but getting thrashed by such a dominating scoreline is something even you can't say LAN jitters. It's completely not being prepared, I'll say.
I mean, look, I understand, as you mentioned, right? LAN jitters, it's their first LAN, whatever. But if you look at the players, they're the experienced players. We're still talking about some of the most well-known players in the Valorant community, and it's unexpectable to actually get beaten down in a complete one-sided way like that. Yeah, I do understand Ascent was the SATL pick, but as I mentioned a while ago too, it is one of the OG maps out there. You're not supposed to get beaten down in a completely one-sided manner like that. On Ascent, their mentality broke, and now on Icebox, SATL just broke the players of .exe completely. I highly doubt in the upcoming round we won't see any sort of comeback.
I totally agree to what you said. Chances of a comeback happening are pretty slim, especially when you get thrashed on 2 back-to-back maps. It was not even the agent difference, it was a mirror comp. Maybe they could have gone for the vanilla composition on the map of Ascent also, if they were not prepared, or for that age-old Sova KO composition, but it was not a composition, agent composition problem. It was the team synergy, it was the read which .exe was missing onto the players of Ascension Esports. There were no counters prepared for Techno. Every single time Techno was anchoring towards the B side, and .exe had no answer to that. They were not going for those mid exploration. If one of the 2 rounds were there, even if they went, they always got countered.
And some of the rounds the man Hoax was able to win the players of SATL was unreal. It was absolutely unreal. The way he was able to line up the players and just spray them down. Later on, we also did see Hoax just tapping on skulls, getting an ace clutch for his team to win the round as well. Those are the sort of rounds that really break you mentally. And .exe, one thing is for sure, they were broken in half in that one particular round. Hoax with 20 kills with the ACS of 323, it just shows you and tells you what sort of domination Hoax was able to bring on the board.
And looking at the team performance, 13-3, 8 first kills each side, but look at the post plan. 10 times SATL Esports was able to get the site, and they were able to convert it 9 times. So that means .exe was really struggling in those retakes. Their post plans, they were not able to get the site at all. 0 clutches, just a single thrifty round from the side of .exe. And looking at the player performance, well, RVK is the MVP with 16 and 13, Trinity 13 and 15. But look at the ACS of Machiavelli, Kohli and DC.
Yeah, I mean, DC just getting 3, Kohli just getting 4. Machiavelli still, he did decent compared to these 2 players. But Kohli and DC, oh boy, your team needs you the most, and you guys are not able to frag out that well. At this point, with the way SATL is playing, generally speaking, yes, team synergy and utilities are also extremely important, but at the same time, now you're currently in the South Asian region, and over here, mechanics as well, they matter the most. Let's be honest. You need to be on point specifically when it comes to aim, and if you're not able to pop off even on that fragging department, that's genuinely a big concern. But we just hope that they will be able to do pretty good in the upcoming map, and we might just see a comeback from the side of .exe. Before now, let's move on towards the arena and see what's going on there.
This first finalist, Lighting Fast, how are you doing?
I'm doing great,
Doing great, and watching this intense match. You are here taking notes?
Not really, we have our notes prepared already. We're not here to watch the game, we're just here for the tech check.
You're here for the tech check, बाकी सब चलते रहेगा.
बाकी सब होते रहेगा, जो भी होना है.
I love this confidence. But I want to know your thoughts on this series so far. First map, .exe taking the win, and SATL with a back-to-back whooping.
I mean, DXC can still win this map game. I mean, they're doing great. They're doing better than every game we watch DXC. They've been performing better every passing game. So they can still do better, I think. कहीं रही बात, if SATL doesn't close this map, then the fifth map might be a brawl.
Are you expecting a fifth map though?
I am not really expecting because I think SATL is stronger than Heaven.
Right, that's our finalist. He feels it can all end in the next map, but will it? We're gonna find out later on. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go back to the boys and see what they have to say.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, even I'm getting a bit of that inkling that this might just end in the upcoming map itself. There's a big chance Haven might just be converted by the players of SATL. They're extremely strong, and they've proven that time and time in the past as well.
They have also defeated the players of Revenant XSpark in the Ascension Qualifiers in a 14-12 fashion. So yes, I do understand that Haven is a really strong map for the players of SATL Esports, and not just Revenant XSpark. In Split 3 also, they played and they were thrashed. Not really thrashed, but they got defeated by the players of Velocity Gaming, but it was still a close matchup. On the other side, for .exe, Haven is not their strongest map. So the chances of this being the last game are pretty high.
I mean, at this point, all we can do is just cross our fingers and hope that they've got something cooked up. Before now, let's move on back towards Johnny and let's see what the man's doing.
I feel very short right now between these big people, but ladies and gentlemen, I have people who have laid the foundation for Indian Valorant since the start of this circuit, Anna and UFO. How are you guys? It's lovely to have you back, Anna.
It's lovely to be here, lovely to be back in Valorant. It's really good.
It is really good. And how are you feeling about the boys? Everyone is relaxed. That guy is just sleeping.
Boys are good, mentally strong. I think we've prepared well this time.
Very well prepared. And I want to know your thoughts because you have seen these players since the start. So how are you feeling seeing them leveled up and performing on the stage now?
No, .exe really doing a good job. I mean, even before Split 3, I've tweeted saying that it'll be fun if .exe makes it to LAN, and I'm glad that RVK and Co are here. Obviously, SATL are like ex-VLT players, you know, Fox and Sagnik, so happy that both of them are there. Let's see.
Let's see what happens tomorrow. UFO, what about you, man? You have also, just like Anna, he has love for everyone. Aapka bhi sabke liye kafi pyara, very passionate about everything. Your thoughts on the series so far?
It's good. Really happy to see .exe here, to be very honest. You know, how they have pulled off in the Split 3 and then Ascension Qualifiers. Apart from that, as Anna said, most of the players are like our boys only. Like I've spent most of my career with Helef there, Hoax last year. So it's really, मतलब कोई भी जीते अच्छा लग रहा है कि you know ये लोग इस level तक आ चुके हैं अभी. Let's see who we are gonna face tomorrow.
At this point, I think you people are responsible for growing a lot of Valorant talent in this country. So first of all, thank you so much for doing that for all of us. And second of all, thoughts on tomorrow. Who are you gonna face?
Heart is towards SATL, obviously. It's like my own team. But yeah, I mean, if youngsters come, RVK pull it off, it'll be a fun game tomorrow.
You for you?
I want SATL to come.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're going to go back to our casters, see what they have to say about all of this.
Yeah, well, of course, one thing is for sure, we all know who Velocity is facing. If the matchup just continues on the same rate, it will be SATL winning this entire thing on the map of Haven and just moving on forward. But if somehow SATL does slip on towards Haven, there's a big chance we might see .exe pull things back.
Yeah, on the map of Lotus, things can go haywire for the players of SATL Esports as well. There is a great possibility because whenever you are on that map, a decider map, the pressure is mounting on the shoulders of both the teams. It is lifted off from a single team. So yes, on the map of decider map of Lotus, anything can happen. But first of all, .exe, they've got a big challenge in the name of Haven because Haven is not a strong map for them. I don't know how prepared they are. Even the players of Velocity Gaming, guys of Velocity Gaming are also saying the chances of SATL making into the finals are pretty high. But fingers crossed, I still want .exe to move the entire series to a decider map.
Of course, it's going to be a fun thing if we do see .exe still somehow pull through and make it to the final few moments. But man, with the way it feels like the mentality there, it has been shaken for the side of .exe. It's really going to be tough for them to actually sustain and pull through all the way towards the last map itself. But I would love to see, as you mentioned, right? But because at the end of the day, if you look at .exe's players too, of course, they have got the experience punch as well. RVK, Kohli, some of the players that we've known inside of the community for the longest of the time. And Trinity, look at that man. He's popping off on a completely different level. Who's going to say the man's playing in the LAN for the first time? No one. Because Trinity, the way he's playing, he's a complete different beast.
Of course, though, especially on the map of Icebox also, he was so close to getting those clutches converted, rounds converted in the favor.
Yeah.
2 of the rounds went in the favor of .exe, only and only because of Trinity of .exe. But looking at the map of Haven, they played against the players of Revenant XSpark as well. It was a 13-7 affair, and I don't know if they can really beat the players of SATL Esports as well. The chances are pretty slim, but maybe there is a possibility. But I know something which can work in the favor of .exe. That's my co-caster, Scared Yet, coming in. He has been the official jinxer of VCSA since Split 1. So, Scared Yet, what is your prediction for this map?
That's one way of actually introducing me out there, Shadow. But to be very honest, history has basically shown DXC going in 1-for-1 on this map. They've basically got almost a 50% win rate throughout the entire VCSA 2025 circuit out there. So I don't know, maybe they can try and tilt it up a bit more in their own favor out here, but they're attacking a defensive win rate. That's where they have been struggling a bit out there. They have picked up this single composition of the double duelist every single time. The last time when they played up against SATL on this specific map, that's the fun thing. They haven't. You know, every single time, whenever they played on this map, it's either been Revenant XSpark on the other side, Global Esports Academy on the other side, and they haven't really showcased a lot of good scorelines out there as well. They've always been on the receiving end out. So I'm not quite sure if they'd be able to pull through in this one, specifically when SATL have looked so strong on this three-sided map.
Especially when SATL is starting on the attacking half at that point as well, because defense has never been easy on this particular map. So the first half is going to be really important.
Over there.
And yes, the players of .exe, they have pushed all the way to the A main. A stack, a full-fledged 4 stack is towards A. So that means the defense towards B and C is a bit weak. And if exactly the players of SATL Esports go for a B execute or a C execute,
but
post-match is really strong for this team.
Look at this Shadow. They finally decided to snap up and pull all the way up out there. Already catching the first one, but though now it's going to be a lot in the hands of DC out here to hold it, but Helef is still able to answer him back. A lovely retaliation from SATL. As well to try and hold on for this back push too, but Trinity answers back pretty well. Out in the open there. Techno trying to hold his own angle down up in smokes. Down to a 3v4 situation, and Helef is absolutely low. No utils out. So all they need to do is hold their angles. Only a paranoia up in the hands of Techno. How big can it be is the question. Smoke's gonna go out though. The paranoia sent out to try and push the players back to buy a few extra seconds, and they're now gonna try and take those territory up. It's a 1-for-1 trade though. Helef good for the answer. Hogs, the ace from the previous one, the MVP, still trying to do the same thing for the team as it's Helef this time, standing strong, and both of them will win the Pistol of Haven. What a stand from 2 of the main shot callers of the team.
Once again, those 3Ks coming in from the side of SATL Esports, but I'm just looking at the expressions of hacker of .exe. he is feeling disappointed and obviously feeling the pressure. Having a good start on the map of Haven was really important for .exe. I'm still going to give them the leeway that this is the defensive half. They can still stage a comeback. They can still, and it's just one single round that they lost. Pistol round. They'll bounce back. I'm still keeping the fingers crossed. Once again, a stack towards a B, but yes, it will. They're going all the way towards A scared.
That is the weaker part. It's only DC out there with a full setup though, both the tripwires as well as the camera. So it's got enough to full back for the next round as well. Enough to at least get 1 or 2 picks out there. Guess what? Absolutely spammed down in an instant.
Scanning ahead.
To hell with those tripwires out there. They're not getting anything. What a barrage of util RVK. Still navigating through that. All right. Able to put Techno back in his place though, but nothing too serious out there for SAQL. They're absolutely fine with holding down 4 players. And the fun fact is, Shadow, they have got a couple of rifles invested in this round. Techno was the only man who was on a pistol. That means he will have enough to full buy in the next one, or at least a Vandal and a half shield. The fact that he fell first, I'm pretty sure he's still got his paranoia up as well. Only this was smoke to be boost of 150 there. That next round is not going to be easy for .exe to deal with. You can't really consider that as a bonus round for SAQL at all. It's legitimately a full-fledged buy round.
Of course. All the 4 weaponry is being carried forward. No less than a full buy round for the plus of Ascension Esports. That also means a more problematic situation for the plus of .exe. They have got the buy. 2 players on the half shield, 1 onto region shield, 2 players on the full shield. I don't know, man. They need to find a way to stop the players of Ascension Esports, because the read is completely off if you notice. They go for a stack onto a site, and SA12 goes on to completely different site. What? Did you see?
Cage trigger.
Oh, look at the timing of the tripwire.
Still, Techno being out on the other side as well as with the stinger. He was able to push DC in the hands of King Kappa. A C split. Working to perfection. They have countered DC so well, not once but twice. And everyone on the other side keeps on falling. It's another bonus conversion for SAQL. And the momentum wave that they started on the map of Ascent, Necro said absolutely correctly. That momentum is not stopping. A 3K for the Cypher out here. And a 3-round lead for SAQL.
Hacker is reminding me of Alex for a different reason now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I wish you could understand my feelings, because I can certainly understand the feelings of Hacker, what he's feeling at this point. I think .exe were not able to recover from what really happened in the map of Ascent. Once again,
Really?
economical death cycle is where the players are. But this is one of those teams known for those eco conversions. What has happened to .exe? What has happened to the boys? Kohli, Makavali, DC. And look at that miss, once again getting a comfortable frag onto Makavali.
It's all just crumbling down right now. Foul zone. This time DC is gonna run away though, but they should have an idea about Trinity being there. That is only when you normally have another player and that connector to try and take down that owl drone, so that it does not give a lot of information out.
Dusted.
But since that information is lacking, RVK wanted to do something, gain something, but little did he know, everyone kept on moving in his direction. Lack of communication out here for DXC. And that has been showing up big time, is crashing in on site. Takes control, backside taken up in the hands as it's all falling down. DC, the last man remaining. The first one to fall in the previous 3 rounds. 1v5. You tell me he can make it, I'm gonna say absolutely not.
No chance.
Yeah, good luck there. Good luck there. Miz with the updraft does the job for him. Puts him out of his misery. But it's still .exe 1 feet. Already buried under the ground.
Dusted.
Dominating performance is coming from the side of SSW Esports. Especially Miz towards the end with the shorty and the updraft play coming in. If there was any hope of DC getting 1 or 2 frags on the plus of SSW Esports, that was also taken out of the equation. A timeout is coming from the side of .exe, a much needed timeout, let me say that clearly. A much needed timeout. And this timeout has to work in the favor of .exe if they really want to put up a good fight against SSW Esports, because once again it will be a buy round for .exe, and if they lose this one also, they won't have credits for the upcoming next round. It will be a 6-0. And .exe at this point can't afford to be stuck in that economical debt cycle. So they have to convert this round at any cost.
And then follow for the next few as well, because the momentum that SATUL is carrying, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they'd be super happy about it.
Yes, this should
The way how things have started, LF is just 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, this is a nice. This goes
Yeah,
here.
I'm
That
pretty
goes
sure
there.
they're going to try and brute force their way towards one of the sides though, but .exe there just looks like taking mid control. Going to try and steal that away though. But an aggressive A-long control out here. Choked up SATUL and LF is just ready to take that one down, spammed up instantly. RVK. He delivers the orb to him, but just not in the way how he wanted. Catches Miz as well out there. Did not really catch Hoax. It's still down to a 1-for-1, but advantage in the hands. DXE after a long time. Trinity is 1 away from his own point as well, so maybe he can get 1 and then kidnap someone out there in his own ultimate. But guess what? He's gonna be preparing for the next one. Techno out there, boosted up on the box. Quickly catching one, repositioning all 3 players through that one smoke. Pop flash on the bases out here. Goalie catches the first one. King Kappa is ready and he is delivering. The monster has awakened and he is here to slay. A 3K and .exe sent back again.
One-sided domination once again coming from the side of SATUL Esports, and this time it was the heroics of King Kappa. It looked like the round might go in the favor of .exe, but King Kappa came in and denied everything with a 3K. 3 ultimates towards the side of SATUL Esports, Neural Theft, Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury is there. A scrappy buy for .exe once again. Recon all the way towards A-long. But this time, the plus of SATUL Esports wants to go all the way towards B. Dark cover a bit late. But Trinity gets a timing onto Techno. A great opening. But still, job isn't done. They need the round, not just the frag. They need to convert the round.
At least that's the first one though. Kappa wants it back instantly now, and the head shown and a head blown miss. The imports out here pulling SATUL back up in the round where we thought maybe .exe finally can convert that eco. RVK good for 2. Maybe get the third one down. 57 HP. Alright. There's a possibility out here. Scanned up. Lef has got the spike though, so he will move all the way towards the A side. He will get the free plant down. But RVK has created an opening for the team. And we've said it number of times.
Spike planted.
This player has been phenomenal. But how good can you really be? There's a Rolling Thunder on the other side. There's also a Hunter's Fury on the other side. It's all down to 7 HP. One tap.
There they are.
RBK is just down and out.
Out
Flash
of
out
charges.
here. Position noted.
Right here.
Already seen one now. He's going to try and push that space up though, but still it's only Oaks now. He's already moved up on
No
side
one is-
and he's got absolutely no clue about it. A wrap up from S8UL. And a 6-0, which you were scared of, Shadow, has happened.
I don't want to jinx it or say it, but they are trapped in the economical debt cycle. The situation which was
Omen's gone.
in 4-0 now in 6-0. Yikes. This is once again going to be an important
remaining.
time for the players of .exe. Even
No one
RBK
escapes my sight.
was able to get just 2 frags. Again, Makaveli. What exactly
Spike
is
down mid.
Makaveli
I got the
doing?
spike.
I wanted to ask this in the previous one. He was walking all the way towards the mid courtyard when he was picked off. And now again, Trinity and Makaveli. What is really happening with them?
The other side though, while the rest of them move up, and again, it's become a burial ground for all the bodies out here. S8UL. Take every single one of them. DC out in the open, able to take one on King Kappa. Miz still up in front now. He's got reposition and has got absolutely no clue where the players are. Miz is still gonna hold that angle. Hoax is watching the back of Miz, making sure that making that cross up. Sees him. Headshot. Turns around, goes for a wide peak, still taken down there. Recon revealed, but it's LF. Re-wrapping all the way from garage. And being able to play on the back of that recon, S8UL have got full control of this map. And it very well is looking like an 8-0 start, Shadow. I'm anticipating another early timeout out here after the next round. Ouch. Headshot.
But the problem is timeouts are not really working for the players of .exe. Last time when they went for the timeout, the round didn't go in their favor. It was the heroics of King Kappa which saved the round for Ascension Esports. 7-0, not even a single round in favor of .exe. And once again back onto the eco round. They've got the ultimates, 4 ultimates. But Miz, this time going for the plant. Any aggressive approach coming for Ascension Esports. Trinity behind the smoke gets one onto Miz. Plant has been denied, but now the information is also there that the players of Ascension Esports have gone all the way towards the A.
Planted.
Techno going for the plant.
Oh, Kohli can eventually find one out there if he moves up though. And that could be a rifle recovered and also an ultimate out. But still, he's not really with that same one, and it's going to be Hoax. Gets him down out there, Trinity. An opportunity for this man to maybe open things up for the team as he gets Techno out as the first one out in the open. But Hoax able to answer back. Undisputed onto one. King Kappa down in hell and grabbing the legs of every single one of them. As he catches almost one though, but DC, alright, answering back, but he's got absolutely no time and no chance in terms of the big brain in front of them. Hoax still holds his ground comfortably. And Hacker, he can't catch a break out here with his boys.
I don't know what exactly Hacker is going to tell his boys in this time mode. Because whatever he has told previously, whatever strats they had got prepared, seems like nothing is really working in their favor. 8-0. Not those ultimates are helping in this one. The heroics are also completely missing, at least on the map of Icebox. Trinity was getting few good rounds. RVK was getting important kills converted. But now, nothing is working for .exe.
This seems like out of the picture now. Haven has not really been the best map out there, and Shadow. It's alright, Hellranger. Happens to the best of us. We are coming back onto the topic now. Haven has not really been the best map out here for this team, Shadow, but if they're really on the road of comparison, .exe are yet to register a win in this 2025 of VCSA circuit on the map of Lotus. They have played it 7 times till now.
Get out of my way!
They have not won even a single time out of all of those.
Before Lotus, a bigger challenge is there for .exe scared, let's be honest. And
Deploying
that
drone.
itself is the map of Haven. Deficit by 8 rounds. They're getting thrashed at this point. Let's see if the timeout is going to work in their favor because A has been left completely open. They want to play on the Hunter's Fury and RVK finally investing that. Getting nothing.
Exactly.
Getting
Players
nothing.
have already made their cross out there from Hill. That's the main point. They've already taken the control of site now. One flash going in, but no one falling up on the back of it as Miz quickly up drafts all the way up in heaven now. He's got a 1v1 up with goalie, the paranoia up in his face. And he's still trying to buy some more time. Rifle up in the hand, and that stinker does the job. Techno with the shotty, destroying everyone. Nothing's gonna change after the timeout as we move one step closer to what a humiliation. S8UL are going to do the unthinkable.
I'm kind of feeling bad for the players of .exe now. This is one of those teams which has impressed not just .exe, S8UL also. These two are the teams which impressed everyone in their Split 3 run and Ascension Qualifier as well. Because they both were really struggling in Split 1 and Split 2. But the way they improvised, they adapted in Split 3 and Ascension Qualifiers, everyone was impressed. And considering the .exe is a newly built roster, everyone wanted to see a really good performance from their side. Maybe this could be their round. Maybe that could be a possibility as Makavali gets 2. It's only 2 plus remaining from the side of Ascension Esports. This could be the first round for the players of .exe.
Now that you've said it now, potentially this could be. Unless Elephant Techno, the duo that started all the way back in 2023, was still looking to lift an official trophy together.
One enemy remaining.
Ever so closely towards the finals every single time now crumble down the first round for DXC. But they don't really have a mountain to climb right now, Shadow. They really need to boost their rockets up to reach the moon. They've got to pull some fast and furious stuff out here this time around. And S8UL instantly after one round, they pull on the brakes. This is just crazy from Hellranger.
I think they're just respecting the players of .exe. Do realize that if .exe starts getting rounds converted in their favor, they'll get the confidence back, they'll get their mental back, and there is a possibility of them staging a comeback. That's highly possible. All you need is few good rounds converted in your favor to get the foot back in the game. And that could be the reason that S8UL Esports has also called for a timeout, because they want this to be the last map of today. 9-1 already. If the next 2 rounds goes in the favor of .exe, only then there is a possibility of a comeback in the second half. If they lose the next 2 rounds, it's done and dusted. This time Makavali was the guy who was able to get those crucial opening frags, especially those 2 frags towards the mid. And that was the reason that .exe was able to convert this particular round in their favor. 3 ultimates are there, Dimensional Drift and Neural Theft being the key ultimates with the side of .exe. But let's see how those pairings are going to come in.
A trap play right now, Trinity, but he does not know there's a couple of players up close to him. He's been taken down instantly. Neural Theft's gonna give the information of the stack as well as the site towards the sea is now up open for grabs. And quickly Techno and Miz take all of that space. The operator up in the hands as well. Smoke already being thrown out up in the open now. There's a couple of tripwires still they've got to deal with. One of them is for the backside. But Helef pushes out. It's been taken down though, DC. Equalizing the numbers out here. The initiator off the picture. But it still is not deterring them anytime soon now. But a few of them might actually, as they realize the push out front though, Techno turns around. Machiavelli able to answer back 1-for-1. But how the heck is King Kappa here? He's been always on those lurks. He's always running around the entire map. And man, oh man.
Scanning ahead.
This guy knows every single crack through the walls, being the Jerry and making sure that EXE feel like Tom out here. Not being able to catch them. RBK, no clue, sees one, isolates one, but still does not have enough to fight the next. Comfortable and calm hands of Hoax push S8UL to double digits.
They have got the lurk king, King Kappa himself. Always trying to save the day for the players of S8UL Esports. But it happens to the best of us sometimes. The first LAN itself.
One enemy remaining.
It's always full of those jitters, those low plays. And that's what the players of DXE are also feeling at this point. And that's the reason that S8UL is dominating, because this is not their first LAN. They are the veteran players. They've got the experience. So I'm still going to hope that whenever we are going to see .exe next time, I really hope this is not the last game. A 10-1, I think I'm being delusional at this point, hoping for a comeback from the side of .exe. But
it's all right. We all like those Delulus, and to be very honest, even I really want to see this series go to map number 5. Don't really want this to end just like that now, but I'll have to say, you know, every single map after split, one step more dominating by S8UL, and guess what? You've got 4 people out here on side, and RVK has got no damn clue about that. The best thing happened for him, a 1-for-1 though, but Machiavelli's damage was just now trying to catch a lot of info. Oh my god, moves out right in front, King Kappa, he's ready for this. He's gonna try and take this Kaiju down if in case you... And gonna try and push forward. Now he probably has the info that this is not one, rather 2 people. Yep, sees that, Yoru. And there's also Trinity. He isolates them though, but still it's a 1-for-1. Machiavelli, he will take him down as Mace wants to be the hero. Dashes into the wall, not surviving out here in the open. Again, is both shot callers up, open, ready, strong to try and take them down. Helev jumps around with a shorty. Hoax is still able to answer one now. Recon goes all the way up top, and out wide is where Machiavelli is. Breathing some sighs of relief out here. .exe gets the second round in this half.
But is that enough, Scared? 10-2 first half swap. The only silver lining is the first half was a defensive half for the players of .exe. Now in the second half, if they get the pistol and the bonus and the Byron,
enemy remaining.
then only we can say that .exe is in a fighting chance against S8UL Esports on the map of Haven. But first, the pistol round is going to be a really important one for them. And so equally important for the players of S8UL Esports as well. What are the odds of .exe converting the next pistol, Scared? I really want to know from you.
With the confidence that they've got right now, and considering their history on the attacking side of this map, yeah, I'm pretty down on thinking that maybe S8UL will move up to 11th. This map has never really been the playground of Kohli. When he was playing the Sova as well, I still remember, couldn't catch a break out here. RVK this time around trying
Scanning
to
ahead.
just carry out his teammates. And to be honest, it's not just about the experience now at this point, Shadow. Even Necro pointed out the exact same thing. Kohli has been in the esports scene of Valorant all the way since 2021. RVK, same time. DC, yeah, 22, 23. Trinity, Machiavelli. This duo has gone and played for such a long time in the community as well. So it's not really about the LAN jitters or the experience. It's about how strongly you prepare a specific composition for a specific map.
Here.
It comes down to your trap plays, it comes down to your util usage, your set plays. That's all been missing for .exe for the past 3 maps right now. And all of that has been absolutely on point for S8UL. See how ready they are playing behind each other right now. Again, trying to do the same thing. Helef, or rather Hoax, trying to hold his own ground out. They will take one down, and both of them playing behind each other, just covering each other's backs. Destroyed. ODXE's execute towards the B side. Yeah, good luck taking that spike though, but maybe Machiavelli can open things up. He's there, but Hooks is watching. Even though he's watching, there's a bullet right in between his skull, and that's the timing DC picks. Picture perfect out there, but Miz and Helef still hold their ground. And SATUL are not gonna bow down at all. They want to end this quickly.
Even the fans of .exe are looking a bit sad and disappointed. But the fans of SATUL and the supporters of SATUL are pretty happy, as the pistol was really important. A force buy is coming from .exe.
They have to.
There is no other option. They have to, like you said. It's a do or die situation already for the players of .exe, so better give it a try. Machiavelli onto the Stinger, Kohli onto the Bucky, few sheriffs.
Revealing area.
It's got to be a fast one as well. Paranoia by taking out Eddie, but he's not really throwing it out. Machiavelli pushing all the way up front now. Taking a lot of space though. Kohli with the Bucky. He's got to go big. He's got to hold his ground down. 1-for-1 trade. Fox is able to answer back on one of the fronts though, and now he's going to call miss for help as well. He's the man with the rifle. Both of them are. Kohli with the Bucky needs to hold his ground as DC Sheriff shot nasty onto the skull of King Kappa. Take him down. There's a Paranoia to work with. There was a Paranoia to work with. Ekno individually playing with that TP up on top. Now that's going to be gone down up in drain. Finally, .exe with a change of pace are able to steal the third round away from under the noses of SATUL.
Important round indeed for the players of .exe. Still breathing, still alive, still fighting. That's how an esports athlete should be. Never give up. It's not a defeat unless and until your screen says it's a defeat. And that is what the players of .exe are also going by at this point, round by round. They're trying to stage a comeback. One more round goes in their favor, but still 8 rounds deficit. They need to convert few more rounds in their favor. Only then there is going to be a possibility of a comeback. But finally the force buy did eventually went in their favor. That was really important and much needed for them. Once again a scrappy buy coming for the players of SATUL Esports. Could be potentially a 4th one for .exe now.
Unless these two rifles are able to find something. Dash gets deactivated though, but still the spam.
Breaking down.
He's out a few blow, miss. Want to receive the short end of the stick though. There's still 3 players up in front of you. Trinity catching both of them. Miss the only man who found some success. Not for long though. Hold on, Kohli. Hey, yo. He wasn't, but it's fine. Machiavelli is able to deal with him. Under 2v4 now. Instantly. Another fast B push. I'm pretty sure .exe are going to continue that for as long as it's working.
Last player standing.
Not going to happen right now for Hooks as Kohli shuts him out. And with just a classic in the hand, King Kappa, regardless the beast you are and the monster you are, this is a bit too much to ask from even you.
Yeah, with just a pistol in hand, a 1v4.
Weapon here.
Seems highly unlikely even for King Kappa. A 4th one coming for the players of .exe. Seems like the attacking half is looking much better as compared to the defensive half for the players of .exe. Kappa will go down by the spike. Yes, he will. But next round is going to be really important one. If the players of SATUL Esports do manage to convert that one, it's done and dusted. But if the players of .exe convert the next round in their favor, there is a possibility of SATUL being stuck in that economical dead cycle. So the next round is going to be important one. And since Trinity has got the ultimate also online, Neural Theft also just 2 points away.
Yeah.
And 3 players of SATUL Esports are onto the half shield. There is a possibility of .exe getting the 5th one also.
Not really investing in that one. DC is running with a Guardian. And this is a triple stack over towards the B. Absolutely crazy. A deep smoke over towards the A lobby now. That is going to create a question mark in the minds of SATUL, and that's why they're trying to reclear this mid path. And there's still a 1-for-1 trade back and
down
forth though,
mid.
but since there's a lot of players of DXC, they're able to take down every single one of them over towards the B. And now a push out over from Garage. There are a couple of tripwires that they've got to deal with.
I must wait a moment.
But King Kappa is nowhere near to use either one of them.
A very slow approach towards the B.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly where King Kappa is.
He might go big. He can potentially take at least 2 if they do not check the corner. And we have seen them not really checking it though. But a double face this time around. Lovely work from DXC. They're able to deal with him now.
Spike planted.
A 1v3. Hoax has converted a 1v5 on the map of Iceberg. So this is no new thing for him. But can he find DC all the way towards the gong? Tries to push out of the smoke as well. Can he get an isolated duel? But it doesn't matter. Goalie holds his ground. It seems like the crowd also knows what's happening out here. But .exe want to change their fate.
King Kappa's position was really pivotal in that round. If King Kappa was able to get those frags, maybe it would have slipped away from the hands of .exe, but the timely awareness of .exe and checking that one particular corner did land them the perfect round which they wanted. Now 11-5, just 6 rounds deficit. But a timeout is coming from the side of SATUL Esports. This is something which .exe has to counter now. Hellranger definitely guiding his players and boys how to convert the next round. But .exe, can they once again reach into the defense of SATUL Esports? Because if they do, there's a possibility of a 11-7 also happening.
And once 11-7 happens, that means you're really at a very close distance from an equalizer. Just 2 main rifle rounds and then not getting one
enemy remaining.
We have known both of these teams pull off against their opponents. In this entire series as well, we have seen multiple times how SATUL, how strong and capable they are on pulling off a thrifty, and we have seen .exe do that throughout the split. Shadows traveling. Very big possibility out there. First things first. They need to make sure that they deal with Techno and King Kappa. We've seen some nasty sheriff shots on one side though, but this time tries to play in up close though. I don't think so the Aldron actually spotted him. So he's just gonna go and reposition over the angle which Aldron just cleared. Now this one small maneuver again, it's a pretty smart move out here. That normally gives you a second extra to try and land in a shot. During that time, DC's now used up the case to make that crossover towards the A shot. That's a good idea now, creating question marks on 2 different fronts while still keeping the main video over towards that one part. DC gets the opening on the back of all of that commotion towards C. And all the information can be passed on. Miz wanted to catch a timing in front of them. A couple of cloud bursts now to help him survive, but there's still DC out there on side and a team behind his back. There's just so many places where he needs to run off to. He still is able to go 1-for-1. Now it's down to a 4v3 now, and the site is becoming stacked with every passing second. But the stack is being destroyed as well at the same time by DC. Big play from the lurker of DXC.
Kappa, Techno still on 2v4 situation. Could possibly a 6-1 for the DXC. RVK gets 1 onto Techno. It's only King Kappa remaining in a 1v4 situation. This is obviously a 6th round for the players of .exe now. Slow and steady wins the race, and .exe is going by that hot at this point. Stinger not gonna help. A 3k for the cipher of .exe, and the round also goes in the favor of DXC. A much needed round for .exe, looking much comfortable in the attacking half. It was only the defense where they were struggling, but Hacker is still not looking that happy because we do realize
30
how
seconds left.
important this map is to convert in their favor.
Breach.
And then it's an
enemy
even
remaining.
more uphill battle on the next map, to be honest. Don't get me started on that one.
Agreed.
They have struggled on
Cage
the
trigger.
triple-sighted map. But they've got to end all of their struggles right now. If there's a time for them to shine, then it is right at this second, at this moment. You've got to shine the brightest out there, be the supernova that you were supposed to be, and that's the reason why Trinity is pushing all the way up front though. But Hunter's Fury on the other side, tag coming in, and a pick as well for Hoax and Helif. They're still working in unison. Kohli, the only man to find something. Quickly TPs away, repositions out as well as he got, but Techno is behind them. He's ready, creeping up, and he's ready for him as well, as he will get that shot on the skull. No mistakes being made. And picture perfect out there.
DC still maintaining the garage control. Miz all the way towards Seaside. He has got the Blaze Storm and the Operator as well. This round can go either ways. RVK has got the Hunter's Fury. If the timing works in the favor of .exe, this potentially can be the 7th one. But they need to counter Miz. Blade Storm, yes, he's going all the way. Oh, look at that flank! A 2K! Can get the 3rd one. And the chance of the EXE converting the 7th one has went all the way down in the drain. A 1v3 and an uphill task for Kohli.
Fantastic play from Miz. Mentioned about that one timing
left.
and he got that perfectly, and Kohli is going to be taken down. The capable hands. And above from the duelist of S8 UL. Reclears the garage. Such a bold maneuver for him. Understanding that that place is not really clear. But he still moved up. Fortune favors the bold. And he was on top with that feeling.
(12-6) and S8 Esports, they are on the series point. Miz still has got the Operator.
you and me.
3 ultimates towards the side of .exe. Trinity in the kill contract has got left. Let's see if he can get the kill, and he certainly gets King Kappa. Important pick being done by Trinity. But
nowhere to run.
All the information, Hunter's Fury also being invested from the side of RVK. All the way from the A shot, catches Helif in it. DC gets Hawks. Could be the Miz with the Operator from the Haven gets Trinity. A 2v3 situation. .exe, they have the side control, but they need to go for the plant as well. For the post plant also, S8 Esports has got so much available with them.
Absolutely. Just holding it down as well. Strong in the hands of Messi. Wants to make a hero play as DC destroys him. The villain arc still stands strong. Not for long though, as Techno answers back. And has brought it down to the last 1v1. And he's also got the HP to work with. 3 body shots. Unless Kohli lands in a head. Still holds his angle down outside of the shot. And he peeks in at the perfect time. .exe fumbling at the last second though, but saving themselves. Kohli stands up big time for the team. They're not out yet.
Most certainly they are not. Important round in the kill contract, getting one that RVK and the Blaze Storm also. It was only Miz with the Operator who was able to do something, but towards the end, Techno, the way this guy stepped up, it's not the first time that we are seeing Techno
Cage triggered.
do such major plays.
I must wait a moment.
In 7, there is still hope for the 8th one because it's an equal round. A scrappy buy for the plus of S8 Esports, just a Bulldog, and a Guardian, and no Mr. Ultimate also.
You know what? I would have said yeah, no major ultimate, but I see Techno ready with his. With the way how he makes the plays with this. I'm pretty sure that you count that as a major ultimate. Could be for either side though. That's the gamble behind that rough play. Right now with the trap fire plays there. He's able to catch one, sends out a cage to try and survive. 3 more seconds out here still. Is just able to run out of that daze. Gets a 3K. pulls down that flank.
One enemy remaining.
Techno Hooks answering back 1 for 1 though, but alright, Techno, alright. Wanted to fake TP out there, but that's right in the crosshairs of DXE. Good control this time around from this round.
A good recovery, I have to say, but the players have got takes in the second half. They were what, 10-2? And now look at that, 12-8, just 4 rounds deficit from an overtime. And it's still possible, as Machiavelli has got the Dimensional Drift, DC has got the Neural Theft. It's still possible for .exe to push the entire series to an overtime.
It is.
Let's see. Once again, tail up on the C-long. A very slow approach. It's only King Kappa all the way towards the C side, and even his tripwise is towards the garage. The spy cam is going to give all the information. Was anticipating a garage play from the side of .exe, but that didn't happen. Dimensional Drift is going to give the information onto King Kappa. The smokes are out there. The fault line play. The Uldron coming in. The entire side control is with the players of .exe, but for the retake, for the post plant, there is enough utility towards SA12 for the retake, but not much with the players of .exe. Eurotheft is there.
Though, 1-for-1 trade out here, opened up to a 3v3 scenario as LF doubles it up as well. DC answers back, it's down in the hands of Trinity. He's got the double tap up, ready, activated, information given, and the question mark created. King Kappa plays perfectly with the neural theft, and ladies and gentlemen, SAQL are your second grand finalists, ready to take on the Velocity for tomorrow's best of 5. What a team!
For sure, definitely a good series, a good matchup by the plus of SA12 Esports an entire time, but very indifferent from the side of .exe, at least on the first map and the last event as well. It was the Ascent and the map of Icebox, which became a big problem for the players of .exe, but sportsmanship also being showcased by both these teams. A good play from Trinity, RVK and the boys. I'm sure next time whenever we are going to see the players of .exe, they're going to deliver a much better performance and a good fight against the opponents, but SA12 Esports is a better team for today, and they are moving forward in the grand finals against Velocity Gaming for Ascension.
Still in the race indeed. You know, it was seriously a very solid run from .exe as well. No one anticipated the boys to make it up to this stage, let alone in the Ascension
plans
qualifiers
but first
itself.
of all, ladies and gentlemen, can I have some
But you know
applause
what?
for our
Let's send
winners,
it down to Johnny
SA12,
out there
please.
on stage.
Thank you so much. Hooks, buddy, I need you once again. And of course, we have the captain of the winning team, Hooks. Congratulations on the win. यार सुनने में आया था first match warm up था.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं, warm up नहीं था. They played good. हम लोग थोड़े crucial clutches और rounds आ रहे, तो it's okay. मतलब एक मैप तो जीतेंगे, मेरे दोस्त है.
दोस्ती यारी में एक मैप दिया आपने. All right, but let's talk about the other 3 maps. They were kind of one-sided. इस match पे बिल्कुल you were on map point, and that is when .exe kind of woke up.
I think defense में we were playing a bit too passive, and वही थोड़े rounds like in Valo you lose a round, then economy down. But ऐसा कभी डरने की बात नहीं कि comeback हो जाएगा, हार जाएंगे या कुछ. So it's over. मतलब जीत गए, it's good. It should have been a lot cleaner, but it's good.
I mean, it was still a win. And while you guys were working towards those wins, we saw this man smile throughout the entire series. So I want to know the mindset of this entire team, because you and HellF in particular, you guys get stressed out, I see a lot.
I mean, in this team, right, me and HellF have a bit of experience, and Techno he has been in the scene, but he's still new to us, like he's like a rookie to us, and these two have played in the regions as well, so overall we are a pretty new team, but I feel like in the team, whatever happens, situations, in officials, we both try to like talk it out between ourselves. We don't involve them so much. Like, अगर let's say कुछ गंदा हो रहा है, 1v5 हार गए, for example, तो उन लोगों को इतना कुछ क्यों करा ये, क्यों करा वो, क्यों करा वो सब इतना include नहीं होता. तो we both and Bhavin, of course, we talk it out amongst ourselves and we handle it.
One more thing. Your former squad mates are there, former boss as well. They sent a lot of wishes for both of you. They were willing, hoping ki you guys win today, you face them tomorrow. Anything you would like to say?
I know. I mean, I know, like, last season I played for VLT, and we lost in, I think, lower bracket final, and VLT is in grand final now, and we've already faced them like 2 times, and we lost against them. So it's time for revenge, and also I'm like very happy, like SATL is here, VLT is here, so many fans here. So I'm very happy for everyone. Like, even if we are in another team and we win something, I'm still in touch with VLT guys, Anna, UFO, everyone. They keep congratulating me, so it's pretty good.
I mean, there's a lot of love because they were also very happy with the way you were playing and you making it to the finals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for our second grand finalist, SATL, who will be taking on Velocity Gaming tomorrow. And with that, we're going to head back to our amazing casters.
Absolutely amazing performance indeed from both of these teams, Shadow. And to be very honest, I'll have to say one thing. Regardless of who actually won today's best of 5, this has been a big win for Valorant Esports in South Asia.
Yeah.
The way how everyone was out here, some teams as well, seeing the members of VLT out here having so much fun, and again, amazing gameplay from both of these teams. And I'll have to give it to .exe. Not giving up has been their attitude throughout the VCSA 2025, and it showed up on this last map.
Of course, the way the boys played, especially on the map of Haven towards the second half, definitely proved that they are not going to give up no matter what the situation is. But the MVP of this match is going to be Miz with 19 kills, 254 ACS, 3 first kills, 161 damage per round, 22.5% headshot percentage for Miz. Definitely perfect focus. And the team performance, 8 first kills for SATL, but 13 for .exe. Those conversions of first kills are not there from .exe. Post plant for SATL, they got the site 11 times and were able to convert 10 times. Perfect post plant for SATL Esports, but for .exe, they got the site and were able to convert 6 times. So that showcases that the defense problem for the players of .exe.
That's also, you know, the similar case with SATL as well.
Yeah.
Folks mentioned in the interview that it was the defense where they were facing a bit of a struggle, right? They were giving a lot of space away to the members of .exe, and I think so the same could be said for their side too. They were respecting too much to the members and giving too much respect to the members of SATL out here. But man, oh man, the man who was absolutely beast in this entire series is also the IGL of SATL. 2 kills in total with 244 ACS, 9 first kills, and it also includes an ace. Up the first ace of Ascension Qualifiers LAN. Bow down to the King Hoax out here as SATL will soar through into the grand finals, where they will face VLT tomorrow in another best of 5, Shadow. This has been a fantastic series.
And we will send the players of SATL Esports in the low bracket finals. So once again, these two giants are going to go up against each other in upper bracket finals. It was who came victorious with a 2-4 line. Let's see what's going to happen in the grand finals tomorrow, because now it's not just only the title of Ascension Qualifiers, but also the slot for Ascension, which is at the stake. And of course, Velocity, since they had the entire upper, going to have a certain advantage. Veto also. So are you expecting an Icebox Velocity Gaming?
100%. I'm really going to see an Icebox out there. We're probably not going to see either a Sunset as well, because those two maps have looked very strong for SATL. So maybe we're going to see both of them banned out as well, or maybe we're going to see an Ascent being banned out along with the Icebox. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those ones, they're not going to be out here. But yeah, this is one of the big points that I was mentioning all the way back from Split 3, Shadow, that you really need to make your way, or rather in the Ascension Qualifiers itself, you need to make your way through the upper bracket, you will, to try and have that advantage up in the grand finals. But since it's VLT, we know what's going to happen out there, ladies and gentlemen. That finals is all for tomorrow. As for today, we're going to be ending the show right now. SATL against NODWIN, 3-1 for the scoreline. Thank you so much.
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.